beginning of the stream. If you're watching this back because you're watching it pre-recorded, let me know. I still don't think, I've no idea if anybody actually watches it pre-recorded. I apologise for the noise. That's Cepheus rubbing his face on the microphone. What a clever cat you are, Mr. Cepheus. What are we doing today, Mr. Cepheus? Well, wow, the 3D print literally finishes as I start the stream. That's amazing. So, for those of you that were watching it last time, which I'm sure is all of you, I was working on generic multi-block AutoCrafters, which is a fancy pants. Why are you rubbing your face on the microphone, Cepheus? That is a fancy pants term for a machine that can look like anything. It can take any input resource and it can output any output resource, and it can use up between some and no power. So it is the system that I use for a lot of crafting machines. But FortressCraft didn't support multi-block machines. Right, you're quite right. I should do an announcement. Thank you, Andy. Announcements. Multi-block generic AutoCrafters in FortressCraft 2. Oh. I don't know whether I should use here or everyone, but it's in the announcements channel. Right. So I'm hoping that some people do watch the beginning of the stream, because otherwise, well, I'll just spend my whole life repeating the same stuff over and over and over again. It's going to be a bit of a slow start to the stream. Firstly, I need to start another 3D print off, which any of you who watched me do yesterday, I have to change the filament. I'm not sure I have enough left. I've got a big roll of blue, so we'll be printing out a bubble character over the course of this stream. But I currently have a cat on my lap, making programming very hard. Now, those of you who've been following the streams for a while, you'll know that Cepheus is my old man. He is 20 years old this year, and I'm trying to make the most of him. I don't know how much longer he'll be around, so when he decides to be cuddly, I give him all the love that I have, which sometimes is more love than he wants, and he leaves. But Andorra is just curled up on my phone because she's a little shitbag. Already one person's been confused by the ping. So I got the generic AutoCrafters to place yesterday. So we're going to place another one, just so I can show you how it works. Over here, slightly closer, because that's what's a pain in the ass. Slightly closer. So these ones, this is just a temporary machine. It should take organic detritus when it's done and spit out copper bars. Not for any reason other than I need a test machine. As I said yesterday, FortressCraft will use a completely different system for... Oh no, see if he's getting comfy. This might be a long-term cuddle. FortressCraft 2 is a completely different system for research, and to start off with, they need a machine. As I said yesterday, until I implemented the lab, the first multi-block machine, actually I think the lab may have been a single block, but yeah, we realised that quite a lot of FortressCraft 1 players never saw a multi-block machine. But I would like to make sure that players start off building multi-block machines because they're a lot cooler. So we're going to build it this way around, but we can build it in two directions. Just before I do that, let me just research it, because currently it doesn't exist in any of the research stuff. So just want to make sure I get a decent instruction. No, I do not. Okay, noted. So there we go. Now there is something going on with. Was that my phone? Something went ding. I can't tell because someone's asleep on my phone. Yes. Thank you, kitty. Oh, there we go. that's something I need to look at. That's something to do with, there's a race condition to do with my new things. But I have now got here a 3x3x9 or a 9x3x3 generic AutoCrafting machine. Sadly, the next thing I need to do is to actually give it some support for stuff. So this machine, as I said, will take organic detritus. So we'll start with that one, because right now it doesn't understand how to deal with anything. It has no concept of literally anything. It can't talk to conveyors, it can't talk to hoppers, it can't do any crafting. We need to write all this. If this doesn't interest you and you are watching it not live, just skip forwards about 5 hours. I will start off the next print at the point where Cepheus decides that my lap is not the most comfortable place in the universe. See if I can get a picture for Discord of me. Yeah, that'll do. And we will start doing some programming. So I've taken a lot of code out of the generic AutoCrafter, but none of it's hooked up yet. So definitely the first thing is it should look for and locate the conveyors. So let's have a look how we used to do it. I think this is going to be pretty much need to be rewritten. So I think what needs to happen, we need to accumulate all of the hoppers and conveyors. I then need to deduct available costs from these. If we deduct everything, grab all the resources, then move to crafting. Too much of this down here, it's just not really very relevant, because we grab all the attached hoppers, which is all cool, but in this case we can have a lot of attached hoppers. Something I went over yesterday, I have no current plans to allow you to put stuff in stupid places next to gags. I might do in the future, but initially you'll have to put them along the bottom. You've got so many options without doing stupid things. Even more so because you're not fixed with certain orientation for those. Also, I can see people watching. Feel free to say hi, because I don't know whether the chat restreamer is working. So feel free to say hi if you're just lurking. I'm also still waiting for the print bed to cool. Cepheus or not. But yeah, I just have my entire lap has disappeared into cat. Big, purring, fluffy, awkward cat. Okay. Do conveyor belt entity. Conveyor entity? Conveyor entity. Ah, they are onto storage machine interface. Right. Ah, good. It is working. Thank you, Baka. Huh. Alright, why did I do this in the... So, we're still combining code from the generic AutoCrafter Okay, yes. So in the constructor, tell you what though, I should probably do a stream of Nomancer as well. I should stream more. I should. It's the only way people sort of know things are going on. I'm getting 200 or 300 people watching, unique viewers. I don't know how long they watch for, but that does mean that there's 200 300 people who can go, oh no, there will be multi-block machines. Okay, so set size from value. Okay, now how many hoppers are there? There is x plus what plus a plus set, I think. Times 2 plus z times 2. So for a 3x3 machine, that gives us, that's a bad example, for a 5x3 machine, that gives us 5 down each side twice, which is 10, and 3 along each there. That seems cool. I'm kind of expecting overall though, because these machines will allow conveyor in and conveyor out, I'm rather expecting people to primarily use that. You only use storage hoppers generally when you need to, which is why the assembly line machines are good. Part of the reason that like ore extractors, for example, don't offload to conveyors is because initially you couldn't access ore extractors. They just worked and then they dropped off to a hopper and then a hopper to a conveyor. So I mean, that's a decision I need to make, is whether or not to continue the paradigm of hoppers are the glue of logistics, or whether it becomes a situation where we have entire bases and hoppers are only really used for they're only really used for storage. I don't know off the top of my head. I think I might do MA attached input conveyors. I think the way the GAC worked is it had all the potential hoppers and then just went through them and looked for it. Now, I assume, and if anyone is better at programming than me, let me know. Not really worried about the polycat, Andy, but noted, yes. I'm trying to work out whether or not this, I think that will just result in ln num hoppers 30 times 32 bits on 4 bytes, because I think these are just pointers. I think they're 4-bit pointers. They're not actually creating an entire conveyor entity. It doesn't actually have a carried object. It doesn't actually have any of this stuff. It's just should be just a pointer to it, I think. And weird enough, despite C# being a very nice managed language, I have no ability to say, how big is this array? It will just go, 8. but we'll do it this way. This way's probably better than the previous ones. So I'll have a function to update the attached hoppers, and then I'll have a function to update the attached... Okay, so... Looking for resources. Oh, it was that function there. Okay, so... Update attached hoppers, false, update attached conveyors, false. This will also let me implement the code to support curved hoppers as well. Yay! Oh my gosh, such a heavy cat. He's not heavy enough. I'm still very sad. He's still massively underweight. So sad pity. Sad pussy. Yes, you're so skinny. Like, I feed him treats all the time. I feed him constantly whatever he wants. LB input. Okay, now I need to mush together a bunch of code. So this is our size. Hopper. Oh lordy. Well, he has salmon. You can't give a cat too much tuna because there's a zinc build-up can cause lots of issues. He gets as much treat and as much love as he wants. I brush him. I love him. I shampoo him sometimes. He doesn't like that so much. I've got this blueberry shampoo, so he is living out his twilight years in the most pampered and happy way I can possibly make for him. He doesn't come and sit in my lap very often, and it's very nice, but he would literally 10 seconds before I started to stream and 60 seconds for the 3D print finished, he went, I'm going to let it sit in your lap. Brilliant. So I think what I need to do here is that, but I need a special version that doesn't do the tops. Oh, it's not even that. Actually, it's not even that complicated. Current side index. That works for... Actually, I'm really tempted to do something naughty, but I won't. I'm very tempted to... So that round robin all sides. And that code actually works rather well. But then I just want void round robin. It may be that we actually allow other machines to input and output from all faces, and this is a GAC setting. Lower slice. I am aware that some people are going to be unhappy with some of the restrictions that I'm adding in the game, but think of it more as extra challenge than anything else. Oh, you're so happy. It's weird to think, I said he's 20 years old this year. He's older than Warcraft, World of Warcraft. Like, that just blows my mind, that concept. Like, I can't remember a time when I can't remember a time when I hadn't played Warcraft. It's crazy. Well, if I leave this code in and write code that more or less works in the same way, it shouldn't make much difference. It just means that you would be able to trivially to say all GACs use all outputs. So I am going to... Oh, are you off? All right then. Oh, God, it's heavy. Good. Now I can now I can do the next print. So for those of you who weren't present at the end of the stream, I'll show you what I printed. That's how big it is. It doesn't even fit on the... Check it out. Look at that. Look at that, Andy. Look. I couldn't quite print it full size. I suspect I could with a bit of effort. And hopefully you'll see what this is over the next little while. But yeah, very pleased with that. Looks awesome. So it's got a hole up there. Not that you can see it. It's got a hole up there and a hole here. So we're going to put transparent. I'm going to do a transparent gem print when I've got transparent filament in for that. So should be able to fire a light up the bottom, and it will work. Like, I kind of think Andy should probably do transparent ones of these and see if we can diffuse the light. But that will come. So I'm going to change the film because I think this blue is close enough, and I don't have much left for the rest of this print. So but I have quite a lot of blue. Ba-da-dee-ba-da-doo. The plan was to do this before the stream started, but then Cepheus happened. But like, I 3D printed that spool holder, which is quite glows in the dark too. That's quite neat. Like being able to print useful stuff. Honestly, is amazing. And I'm really happy about that. More than anything else. But yeah, I was hoping to get this started before I started the stream, but no. I now to hit the end up. Okay. While I'm waiting for that, I'm going to have to try and show you Dora. I don't know if the camera will truly describe the broken way in which she's laying. Dora, this foot should be on this side. Brr. She is an adorable angel, and we love her. Also, for those of you keeping track on the massive spider-bot print, we have got blue, glow in the dark, green, baby pink, glow in the dark red, and purple. Now the purple does not look purple on the camera, it looks blue. It looks very purple in reality, but under ultraviolet light it is the most gorgeous colour. So, that wasn't something I was expecting. So there won't be any more Spider-Bot feet today. Next Spider-Bot foot will be in red and then one in mauve, and then it'll be on to the legs. The legs are a couple of hours of print though. So Cryptic, I'm not sure you were here yesterday. We've done some maths on the final Spider-Bot print. So when Spider-Bot is fully printed, he will be about 40 centimeters tall. His base will be about 40 centimeters across, and I can't do it in freedom units, sorry, but he will weigh about 1.5 kilos. So if you want a 3D printed Spider-Bot, let me know. Terms and restrictions apply. Terms and conditions, sorry. I swear if this continues, I'll get people tuning in just to watch me fail to load the filament. Whoa, first try. That doesn't happen very often. Awesome. Dora, you're very cute. Please get off my keyboard. So, Salah, the plan... So we've been chatting about this. So the plan, and I'll tell you the plan, and then we'll measure the plan against reality. So that was bit number 3. Let's just print bit number 1. Wait, is that not the bit I just did? I don't want to accidentally print the same bit. Nope, that's a different bit. Okay, print number 1, bit number 1 at 200% is enormous. So, Salah, the plan, and this is just a plan, this is more of an idea. The idea was, at a certain level of patronage, I would talk to you, and I would talk to you about what you wanted your Spider-Bot printed in. There are so many options for how you want things printed. Do you want it to look like it's made out of gold? I bet there's not in here that good. Of gold, glow in the dark, heat sensitive, color changing, rainbow stuff. Let me find some rainbow stuff. It's amazing. So, how you want it printed is down to you. I would chat with you. The full-size Spider-Bot is probably 2 kilos of filament because you've got the issue that there will be some failures. But you get these ones that gradiate color. Very, very cool. I would then print you the bits. You get to watch the bits being printed, you lucky person. And I would then ship you a bit per month. That's the plan. So it's about 40 months. It's 40 pieces to get a Spider-Bot sent out. Or possibly not. Now I like the plan. 40 months is a very long time, and as I said, the first piece you get, you'd be like, oh my god, look at this. The second piece will be the same as the first one. The third piece will be the same as the first one. The fourth piece will be, yeah, you get the idea. Now your ninth piece, you'll be like, excited again, and then you have to wait 8 months for another exciting bit. So, yeah, I haven't come up with any sort of definites on that at all. I'm interested to hear people's thoughts. The problem is, we're talking about, in dollars, about $50 worth of filament to print that much machine. We are talking about a large amount of filament, not a small, tons of it. Not tons, 2 kilos. 3.3 pounds of filament. I then need to ship those bits to you. And obviously the point of patronage is not just to lose money while sending people stuff I 3D printed, it is to make money. So but yeah, I mean, the point is that's why I have obviously half a kilo. So I would say for a full-size spider bot, it's about 1.5 kilos. I don't know this because I haven't finished printing my current spider bot. It does depend on, you know, infill and stuff as well. So we'll see how that goes. But that's the plan. Well, Chris, I mean, the point is that I want to be able to offer something to patrons that they can't get anywhere else. That's kind of part of the point of the patronage stuff. I mean, it's something I have asked people before and not really got an answer, which is, if you are a patron, what do you want, apart from FortressCraft 2? And if you're not a patron, what can I offer you? What can I do for you so you become a patron? But I mean, Cryptic, I'd be talking about probably someone who is at the $50 tier for this. And the idea is to actually get the whole spider bot. Effectively, it's, what's that, $8,000 over 4 years. I mean, it's over a long time. But I haven't worked out at what price point it doesn't become more money and effort for me to print it and send it, then I'm actually making the money. Because obviously if I have to like pop down the shops and get it insured and pack it, and that takes, you know, 2 hours. If I value my time at $20 an hour, then that's $40 per month for the bit. And at that point, and if your patronage is $40, I've broken even. So it's quite tricky to do this in such a way that that does not look very good. It's quite tricky to do this in such a way that it's still profitable. It would be a lot cheaper just to buy it off Shapeways and get it delivered to you. But that's the part of the beauty of it would be that I would choose the filament with you and I would print it while streaming. I'm just going to look at that in case it is weird. I think it might be all right. Let me lower the bed just a hair, or yeah, let me just I don't think I've done the. I just did a print. Okay, I'm going to redo the bed. 2 secs. That's really odd. But I have just changed filament, so you know that it's arguing with me. Yeah, I mean, Cryptic, I mean, that's kind of inherent to the slicer. They already do that. Yeah, no, Andy, no. I make it do a skirt, which solves much the same issues. I get what you're saying, Cryptic. For the stuff where that doesn't automatically do it, I don't have the time to spend several hours marking up different parts of the model as different performance profiles when I'm just going to print this overnight. Like, I can fit 8 Spider-Bot feet onto a build plate. It will take, what, 12 hours? Don't matter. I'll be asleep. Go. Like, squeezing a little bit more speed at my printer is not really something I can be bothered with because it just takes too much time, too much of my time. Whereas the printer can work all night long. Yeah, it does take hours because I have to set it up and then I have to print it, and then I have to print it without those settings. And unless I'm a genius, and thank you, unless I'm a genius, what? No, Alexa jumps in. Unless I'm a genius, I'm not going to get it right first time. So I'm probably going to have to print 2 or 3 of them, twiddling it. I suspect, though, if I get to the point where I am genuinely printing that many models, I will hopefully be financially in a position just to buy a faster printer or another cheap printer. 2 printers is obviously twice as quick as 1 printer. But generally, I generally it's all the same, and I print at 0.2 millimeters if I'm awake and 0.1 millimeter if I'm asleep. Pretty much it, because that's fine. Jesus, you must be printing some bigger models than me. Normally, what I find is generally most models don't need much infill, and the default 20% infill is ridiculous. Like, if I print something at 20% infill, I could drive a car over it. You don't need that much. Dropping that to 10% or 5% makes such a difference to the printing time. It makes the same. I'm not. I mean, with the Spider-Bot feet, I don't even know really where I would cut it. It's just not a shape that's really got suitable. Probably in the first bit, bottom of the foot. I should probably show you, shouldn't I? Nope. Nope. Come on, where's Spider-Bot's feet? Yes, we look at the feet. Oh god, Andy, the legs are really long. Where's my tape measure? Got one here somewhere. I'll do it in freedom units. So the bottom of the feet are almost exactly 2 inches. That is 5 centimeters across. But realistically, yeah, but Cryptic, I'm not printing stuff like that. So realistically, this bit from here to here could be fast. That could be fast. Now then you've got a bit that comes out. So that should be slower. Now these bits do look a bit icky on some of them. So I've got 8 of those. And of the 8, like 3 of them have slightly icky undersides. Just very slightly. because that's effectively a beginning of a bridge. So probably between there and there should print slower, and then fast to there, and then this bit here, which doesn't look like that in the 3D printable, should be slower. Oh man, Andy, those things are enormous. Those legs, aren't they? Not printed anything that tall, but I have 2 more feet to do. One in red, one in pink. I also have brown, but I'm not printing anything in that. And then and there's 8 shins, 8 cogs, 8 thighs. Then there will be the base. If I could. I mean, the worst case, Andy, is I just have to print those bits at the larger printer we get at the arcade. I can't even select it. Well, it's not letting me click on it. And then there's the base. Are we gonna attach the gun via a magnet, Andy? Or have you got a hole cut for that, or have you not got that far yet? But it should be 40 parts in total when done. The head is split into 2, I think. Down the middle, I think. So we print it on its end. So no supports needed. But also it fits on the print bed. But I'm excited. So I hope you guys join me in this journey. Because I've never printed anything that big before. I suspect a lot of you haven't. But I am... There's a saying. There's an old saying. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And I have rushed in, and Andy's gone, that's quite big. And I'm like, whatever. So yeah, the fun bit will be, I haven't printed anything this tall before. So it'll be fun to see how that goes. I have got some extra stabilization for the high end of my printer that is quote unquote highly recommended, which I haven't bothered to put in yet. So the tallest thing I've actually printed is a TARDIS that I did last night. That again was suffering a bit on the overhangs. And that's only 9 centimeters tall. In inches, I'll do it properly because there are some Americans in the channel. In inches, that is 3 4/8. No, 3 4/12 of an inch, or whatever. Anyway, I'm not printing Spiderbot today because I've got the wrong colour in. I'm doing something for the arcade. There we go, that looks better. Oh, the TARDIS is quite cool. It's not perfect. I'm gonna run a heat gun over it, and I'm gonna colour in the windows. But it's a keycap, but scaled up. But not too bad. And that was done at 0.1 layer height. But honestly, I can't really tell the difference between 0.1 layer height and 0.2 layer height, to the point where I wonder that either the printer doesn't do it, or 0.2 is actually 0.1 already. But it does look pretty good. Sorry, Cryptic. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I using the wrong stupid measurement? Well, I will repeat that the TARDIS is 3 3/12 of an inch tall. Where was I? I always worry at this point I haven't scaled it up. Anyway, so hello, Seafy. Are you back for more cuddles, Mr. Seafy? You're very heavy and slight. Oh no, he wants. Oh, he's doing the thing he does when he wants me to feed him his treats. No. Sorry, thousandths of an inch. Sorry, yeah. It was 3 340 thousandths of an inch. That reminds me, I need to mark my bike as not being on the road. Alexa, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, remind me to Sorn.
Okay, I'll remind you tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Thank you so much. Left, right, front, back. I love the way that that's not a switch, but anyway. Y equals... Oh, is it? Oh, no, I'm not confident those are actually set up. Let's have a look. Yes, it is. Awesome. Thank you for the reminder. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Alexa, at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, remind me to get my proctology appointment. Do, 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 do. Esmir, is there any other alternatives to G-code? I mean, I know there's different flavors of G-code, but I mean, G-code it's basically STL or XML. It's a very clunky and large but acceptable language. I thought. I haven't really looked at it apart from I did a few edits to put some color change in for somebody else. Damn it. Thankfully they have fixed it, but it was possible to say, okay Google, set a recurring appointment every 1 second for the next 1,000 years to remind me that I'm gay or whatever. And it would do it. But you could also tell it to do them as separate appointments, not a recurring appointment. So you couldn't delete one and delete the rest. They fixed that one, which is just brilliant. It just amused me so much. I set a whole bunch of reminders on my friend's Google Home for Christmas about 10 years hence. Just reminding him, say, to see the proctologist at about 4 o'clock in the morning. And then after a while, he's like, I can't find all the ones you put in. I'm like, yep. Where do we use side area? That's... Okay, right. Gotcha. So... I need to replace that fan too. Okay, so max then equals Z. Max then equals Z. Max then equals X. Right? I mean, G-code's trivial. I mean, it just says it's either absolute go to 5,5,5, or it's relative move by 5 by 5 by 5, and then run stepper motor 3. You know, as far as my printer's concerned, it's got 5 stepper motors. 2 of them always move in unison to lift it up and down. One of them runs the extruder. It doesn't know. I could swap them around and it would just extrude when it moved left or whatever. So yeah, it's the most simple thing, and there's no real reason to improve it. But it's just been the 3D printing explosion has vastly outstripped CNCing, which, as far as I'm aware, has been stagnated for 20 years. There's not really been any massive innovation in CNCing, whereas 3D printing is new. So stuff like you could do tool changes in CNC, that's in the program, but you didn't have any sort of concept of filament changing or filament run out or extruder head changing, all that sort of stuff. So it's been really interesting. Like I was trying to look up, what was it? I was trying to look up a particular thing, and I just came across the guy implementing a new G-code number. And it's only about 5 years ago, not even that, 3 years ago, for multicolor filament stuff. And there's all these sort of arguments about how it should be done. So I suspect the CNC guys get a little bit sulky because their language that hasn't changed for 20 years suddenly has all these new commands. Okay, so current side. So if mn current side index equals ln max, mn current side index equals 0, mn current side plus plus. Extruder head changing is analogous, yes, but it's not the same as filament changing, because you can do live filament changes. But yeah, it's just been fascinating watching this grow. And there are TED Talks from not even 5 years ago going on about this new thing called 3D printing. And it's amazing to see that it's so new. And I put off 3D printing for quite a long time. I wanted one as soon as I heard it. I'm like, oh, I must have one. But it has definitely settled down. I have gone to dinner and I have spent more money at dinner than this 3D printer cost me. So it is now a cheap hobby. It is now at the point where it is fairly stable. There's no massive tech jumps on the horizon. Certainly not that I'm aware of anyway. Well, the only thing I'd like to see, I mean, my printer lacks filament run out, which is a shame. Other than that, I think it's all right. I nearly bought the G-Tech X1. And there's a bunch of reviews that said it's not very good. But what's it in dollars? It's about $80. And they go, you have to remember, first of all, it's $80. And secondly, that printer 5 years ago would have cost you $10,000, and you would have thought it was the best thing ever. Because a friend of mine, he got into 3D printing very early. He's got the one of the early rep wraps. I can't remember the name of it now. But he sent me a few prints, and like my first prints that came out were much better than the best ones that he's got after 5 years of 3D printing. So that's been interesting. It's just fundamentally better. Cryptic. It's just that I haven't put any particular feature upgrades. I don't know if you can see in the video in the stream, in the bottom left. So on the left-hand side of the thingy, there's a bed sensor. So I've added that, but that's been the only tech upgrade I've done. I've improved the glass bed and I've popped on a print light sheet, but I haven't done any tech upgrades. So that should be current side offset. So we should just be able to repeatedly call that and get an offset now. So that should just stripe along there. One off to the side, one off to that way, one off. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Yes, Cryptic, I'm not stupid. I have upgraded from a 20 watt PSU to a 30 watt PSU. I have a smoke detector. I have a pair of MOSFETs on there. And I have upgraded. I'm using Marlin 1.9, which is version 2. I ain't touching up the barge file. They completely fucked up 8-bit printers entirely in it. So not good near that. I've done my research. However, and there's always a story. However, I bought the MOSFETs, I fitted the MOSFETs, but I didn't have enough cable. I needed to extend the cable, and I don't have any soldering gear here. It's all at the arcade. So I was like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. It's printing fine. And then I did my first print that was more than about 2 hours. And I came into my room, because my printer is 3 feet from me, and I'm like, I can definitely smell burning. Definitely smell burning. I'm like, looking around, I'm like, can't see anything. Oh well, you know, it may have just been a little bit of plastic that got contact. Yeah, that's fine. So I was like, okay, so I start off another print, and after a while, I could smell burning. So I'm going over and I'm looking at the printer. I'm looking closely at the printer, going right, and then I can see a tiny plume of smoke. And I didn't stop the printer because there's no fire at that point. If it suddenly caught fire, I could have blown it out. But I was desperately trying to work out what had gone wrong, what it was that was on fire. And in this case, that particular motherboard, what it does is it pulls in about 20 amps through the motherboard and then shoves all of that power straight out to the hot end and the hotbed. It's not really rated for 20 amps, the socket. So what's happening is it was pulling so much current through the socket was overheating. If I hadn't been in the house, which I was, if I hadn't been in the house and it had printed for another hour or so, I expect I would have had a fire. I do have a picture. But that's mostly because I did ignore the advice. But now I've got I also, for track days, I've got a IR temperature sensor, so I use that for measuring the temperature of the brake discs. So now it's fine. Apart from the stepper motors, everything on the printer runs at a couple of degrees above ambient temperature. I've got OctoPip running yet. Oh no, the thing is, Esmir, it can pull that much current and it's fine. The problem is, it's not quite rated for it. It's nearly rated for it. Should we phrase it like that? It just couldn't disperse the heat enough. If I had a fan blowing on it, it probably would have been just fine. Oh man, he's going to have to... Yeah, there you go. You can see so that was starting to get hot. That was starting to melt. So I've sent it back and got a replacement one. The replacement one has very, very, very different connectors. The replacement one has much sturdier looking connectors. But yeah, that's what's starting to happen. It's just pulling... It's happily pulling more current than it should. So now I have a pair of MOSFETs and that's pulling almost no current whatsoever. Which is how it should be. So there you go. It just got hot. It didn't catch fire. It just got hot. So my own fault. I should have fit the MOSFETs. I just didn't have the ability to make longer cables. I say with 3D printing, if you are thinking about getting into 3D printing, be aware. So Cryptic, you've done a lot of 3D printing. Can you tell me what the difference is between those two prints, please? It's Mia, feel free to weigh in. Anybody wants to, if you're a 3D printing expert, you tell me why I have one perfect overhang and one tatty shitty overhang. Answers on a postcard, please. We'll let them type their answers up. Actually, I can do, because I can already respond with wrong. No matter what you type, wrong. Nope, wrong. The question you should be asking me is, what's the difference between those two prints? And do you know the difference between those two prints? I printed the one on the right first, and it didn't look very good. So then I printed its mirror piece, and it was fine. So I keep on seeing all this advice online. Oh, if you get this, change your cooling a bit, change your bed temperature, do this, do that. Whereas I found that sometimes I go, oh, that looks crap, print again. It comes out perfectly. And that's the thing, there's so much randomness in this. You're probably quite correct. What's probably happened is that the left one was printed. Let's say I printed the right one and it's a bit crappy, but the left one, I started to print it and then I went to the toilet. And that means I opened the door to my room. That means I opened the toilet room. That means you get a gust of cold air. So the temperature in my room drops by 2 or 3 degrees because I've just let all this cold air in. And that could be the difference. And that's this kind of issue with 3D printing. There is a definite sort of, you hit go, and then for the first 5 minutes, you're just kind of praying it adheres, which the print bite's amazing, and then you ignore it for 4 hours, and then the last half an hour you're looking at going, please don't fail. I've been printing this for 10 hours. Don't fail. It's very stressful. So if 3D printing is going to hit the masses, then that's one thing that needs to be changed. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been great. It's the perfect hobby for me, as I said, because I get to spend 10 minutes of fiddling and then just leave it for for however long. I just leave it. It's just doing its thing. And the other good thing, I really like programming. I thoroughly enjoy writing code, and it's nicely distracting. So that means it distracts me from just watching the printer going, go quicker. Cryptic, you missed the important part of my question. It wasn't what's wrong with that one. It was, why is that one broken and that one fine? The bit of information I didn't give you is I printed that one, and then I printed this one. There was no pause in between these prints. One printed, then I printed the next one. Hence there is a little bit of randomness in 3D printing, a little bit of hope and a prayer, a little bit of please, I don't have enough filament of this color to do it again if you go wrong. Please work. Which is also, I mean, I have found corners of more than 90 degrees seem to peel up for me when I'm laying down the first layer, for example. So the Tech Axe, if you were to look at it sideways, has a bit of it began to peel away from the bed, but because I printed it, a centimetre on top of it, it's not too bad. But it's because it has a sharp edge, and sharp edges do seem to peel. So in retrospect, I should have used a brim, which would have solved that, because that rounds the edges. That's interesting. Well, it's me. The thing is, I've had issues, and I've gone Googling, and quite frankly, there's only about 4 issues, and they're solved by a hotter bed, a colder bed, a hotter tip, a colder tip, and nearly everything else is solved by print slower. No, Cryptic, because imagine this one on the left spun so the pointy bits away, and the one on the right spun the pointy bits away, so the orientation was exactly the same during printing as well. I only get peel problems on sharp points of more than. Well, you can see it there. I mean, you can see it's printing fine. But it's only when I'm going around more than 108, more than about 120 degrees. So I'm suspecting, because that's the point when you have to reverse two axes almost simultaneously. And I suspect what's happening, my my jerk is probably optimistically high. Oh yeah, I mean, I've got, again, the semicircular thing around the nozzle is the best cooling setup. Some guy, he printed out like 30 different cooling nozzle fans. That's the best one. No, they weren't printed out simultaneously. They were just, this bit was in the middle facing backwards. So the pointy bit was pointing backwards. I'm waving my hands around like you can see. To me, the one on the right looks like the PLA was too hot, and the one on the left looks like it was at a better temperature. But as I said, I didn't do any differences between the prints. I just hit go again. Hence, if you are going to be getting into 3D printing, be prepared for a little bit of voodoo. A little bit of just... I don't know who the god of 3D printing is. I don't know who the god of Hephaestus, maybe? I get no. Was it Hephaestus? Who was the armourer in Greek mythology? Bugger, I've forgotten now. No, Hephaestus was the father of Icarus. Yeah, this is why I need to get my arse in gear, because I've been, working instead, and get my enclosure printed, because that means it becomes a much more controlled process. The only thing is, I believe if I make the enclosure, it'll generally get too hot for PLA inside there. So I need to keep the door open. Right, how do we use the round robin stuff? I've just typed it. It's Hephaestus, yay! Joseph Prusa is the patron saint, is the god of 3D printing, is he? What's the guy that invented it called? The rap guy, Bowyer, I think. It's a word a bit like Bowden, but it's not. Yeah, the enclosure will be ventilated because my printer's a bit higher than a Prusa Mark III, so I've printed extra supports, but I printed them in the wrong place, so there will be a good centimetre of gap underneath the perspex, so it won't be enclosed, but it will get much hotter in there. The idea is that you can then print ABS and PLA. I mostly want it for the quiets, and also because I have a kitten who's currently asleep in the most horrific way, with her eyes mostly shut, but not entirely shut. Wait, return? Oh. Yes. Well, yes. It'll be different when I get this set up at the arcade, because that will be for printing nylon and ABS. I haven't done PETG yet because I haven't had any need to print something high. What's the word? High impact, high thing. But I did print in PLA a replacement button, and I got the thing to it, so I cut those off trimmed to the right length, and ta-da! That's my first functional 3D print. How awesome is that? Actual print. Oh, I mean, it will hold it in heat, so it does. It means that the inside of there will be 40 degrees, not 25 degrees, because it will keep in a lot more heat. Because the idea of the enclosure is so you can get away with printing ABS. But yeah, it's for me, it's mostly for the quiet. And then at the arcade, we'll have a proper ducted slow fan to the outside for ventilation. Well, I guess that's my first functional print, like, of my own design. But my first functional print was these little clamps. So the little the little clamps you can clamp stuff in, and that's rather cool. It's the these are the first clamps where you can actually move the clamp out the way of stuff. So yeah, entirely 3D printed, 100% no extra bits at all done in glow in the dark and day glow. And I've been really impressed with these. It's been really useful. Like, if I'd seen one of those for sale, I would have bought them. And I found people on AliExpress selling them in metal for $55 a go. So I'm pleased about that. No, the fingers were done in PETG because it's a more stable thing. Okay. Oh yeah, that's something I haven't started at, but I will be doing is got a picture. So the point of the functional printing is not to print something I could replace. It's to replace something I absolutely could no longer get under no circumstances whatsoever. So one of the more difficult prints that I will be modelling and printing, which should be great, it's joystick boots. So this is a what was that? This is a MaxStorm. This is a MaxStorm joystick boot. And it's gone. It's knackered. This is quite a new machine. This is 2003. I still can't get joystick boots. I have arcade machines that are from the mid-80s, and obviously the chance of me getting a joystick boot for that are 0. So that's going to be interesting. I can print that in flexible fill. I can print it in TPU. Should look identical. We've already 3D printed one of these rings as well. I'm really excited to do stuff like that. Moving on to being able to replace all sorts of arcade parts. It's direct drive. Yeah, no, I won't be doing it on my printer. That I doubt I'd be doing that at home. I would almost definitely be doing that at the arcade. Planning on getting a Prusa Mark III S. Planning on also getting probably a Prusa Mini for a workhorse printer. I started printing a lot of stuff. And then eventually something really big. But yeah, I'm fully expecting to have to print this in like 3-wall vase mode over 20 hours. I'm expecting that. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm excited to be able to do that because we've got some joystick boots at the arcade that are just so knackered, and there's no way we can replace it. My next task, when I've got some time that's not programming, will be Battlezone joysticks. And I've looked, they don't already exist, which is a shame, but we need to 3D print the joysticks and then fit brass screws in. So it's going to be fun. I will probably document that a bit. We do have a Twitter for the workshop, so I'll be documenting it a bit more. So ask me a question. Item actions. Well, the thing is, Cryptic, once I've printed one, then the file will just go onto our Google Drive, and if we need to print another one, we print another one. I think. Yeah, I've been overall quite surprised with the resilienceness of 3 parts. So I'll show you something else planned to do. I've got the this is a puck from an air hockey table. Now people keep nicking them because they look nice, and they're really expensive to get replaced, these Sega branded pucks. So I'm going to 3D print one. The problem is printing a recess like that. That's a very long bridge. That's not possible. So probably I need to print it up this way with supports. But we'll have the Arcade Club logo there instead. That should be fine. Now I'm going to do that in PLA to begin with and see what happens. Does it last an hour? Does it last a week? Does it last a month? If it lasts a month, fine. Print one of them a month. No problems. Probably I will reprint that in PetG or ABS. But I mean, this is obviously ABS, and it gets a hell of a pounding. But they don't wear out; they get nicked. We've got about 20 of them, and they also get lost. And they're also Sega branded, which is very cool. But we would actually like Arcade Club branded one. So that's another one of my what's the word? Practical prints. Those we can buy. It's just they are expensive. But I'd like to eventually move on to printing joysticks, to printing cogs in steering wheels, printing cogs in pedals, and eventually we've been talking about 3D printing entire plastic shrouds for machines. Now, for sale, yeah, right. Yeah, so we've got a couple of things. Welcome to Arcade Club. We have a couple of these. Ooh, we don't have one of those though. We've only got the deluxe and the super deluxe. So we're looking at these, and that's plastic, that's plastic, that's plastic. Bits from the front are plastic, that's plastic. So we'd like to think about 3D printing those, but I think the originals were probably vacuum formed. So we've been considering 3D printing the negative for the vacuum mold. because that is quite a big print there. But I'd like to move towards, over the next 5 years or whatever, into getting a very, very, very big printer at the arcade in order to do stuff like that. Yes, I cryptic because that provides a cushion of air and reduces the actual amount of material touching the base. But I'll say it will only take me an hour to print one. So I'll probably print one in one direction with no recess, print one with a recess, see how it fails, print one on its end that I'm pretty sure will go alright. The one on its end will probably just need a little bit of sanding for the supports. Or, actually it probably won't, because of course it gets walloped around. Anyway, so if it does have some rough edges, they won't last long. There's a V in conveyor. Right, there we go. Right, so what we want to do here is we want to... Oh, right, we've got this function. What I'll do then is I will say... conveyor entity lconv equals get value conveyor entity txtytz. I don't know what SLA is. What I'll do is I will print it in PLA. If it works in principle, the next thing I will do is I will print it in PETG, because I can do that. If that works, one of the other guys at the arcade has got a better printer than me. He's got Prusa Mark III. He can print a... he can print in ABS. But I'll try it in... I'm going to try it in PLA because I said, watch CNC Kitchen. And honestly, a lot of these people... if you step outside of the Muppets on Reddit, you actually go to people who actually test this. Like... You know, they said, oh, I've tried it with no infill and it sagged a bit. So I did it with 5% infill and I could drive my car over this. It's perfectly strong. Oh, sintered. Sorry. But I don't have I'm not buying a sintering printer. But as it stands, I reckon it will be fine just to print it on its end, cut supports off, 5 seconds on a sander, done. The only interesting issue is the layer lines will be up the side of the puck, but I will give it a go and see how it happens. Because I'd much rather, this is how I program. I don't tend to sit down and spend 1 hour working out how to do something. I will spend 10 minutes trying it in 3 different ways, and it's nearly always quicker. So it's much, much, much quicker. Oh, resin printing. Yeah, I'm not doing resin printing at home again. I'd like to get a resin printer at the arcade, but that's definitely not happening in my house. Sorry, just say resin printer. Okay, so what we should do is say get conveyor entity. No, hold on, we want to... At this point, it's definitely a conveyor. Yeah, whilst resin printers are wonderful, and have a lot of advantages, but also a lot of disadvantages. Yeah, but I mean, I haven't actually popped this in, but I'm suspecting I can print this in well under an hour. I'm also suspecting I can fit 10 on a bed, and as long as I can, it's an overnight print. Click there, go to bed, come in. grab all the pucks off the bed, done. You seem to be forgetting doing stuff overnight. Like, I don't need it in an hour's time. I need a dozen of them printed in a week's time. I'm tightly looking forward to that. It's gonna be good fun. I haven't told the owner we're doing this yet. So my best bits were going to be to go, oh, here you go, Andy. I've printed you a dozen Arcade Club branded pucks. There's a bit of a round. To be actually looking at it, yeah. No, I reckon I can print this quite easily. Tinkercad is good at this sort of stuff. All right, so we can actually say, look. Now, oopsie, now only grab valid conveyors to LB inputs. Thankfully, I don't need to mass produce anything. Mass producing is not suited to 3D printing. More importantly, what I'd like to move towards is the ability to say, oh, this rare and obscure part is broken. Once again, click, you'll have it in 5 hours. Amazing. Because right now, I mean, we've got machines out in the workshop that are missing parts that we simply cannot make. We cannot source them. Like, just cannot. There's nowhere we can get parts from. Yes, I am not an expert on resin casting, but there are people at the arcade who are, and we have already discussed the possibility of resin casting stuff where suitable. Even with sacrificial molds, that's still pretty good. We have a game called Quick and Crash, and the guns on it are I'll have to describe the guns. The guns are like revolvers. And they've got handles, and the handles break because people they smash the guns back into the holster badly. So they end up smashing these guns of this game where we can't buy replacement parts and haven't been able to for over a decade. So we've been talking about printing a slightly stronger mold and then doing that. Not had a chance to yet. I've not had a chance to do a lot of things. I kind of wish it was a full-time job for me, the arcade, as there is so much I could do there, and there is so much to be done there, and I thoroughly enjoy fixing and working with very old arcade machines. But sadly, my life's so hard. Sadly, I have to get FortressCraft 2 shipped. Yeah, we do. I'll send you a link. We don't do like a full blog post or anything like that because to a degree we are still a business and we are... I've been retro writing stuff before, after. So to a degree we are a business and there's some stuff we don't want to let other people necessarily know how we're doing it. That's not down to me, that is down to the owner. So, but mostly we are trying to show people what a huge amount of work running the arcade is. There's been a lot of competitor arcades started up recently, and those arcades are, some of them doing fine, and a lot of them, they are open for 6 months and then none of their machines work anymore. They've bought the machines from collectors. You know, they've worked fine because a collector might play on his machine for an hour a month. And then suddenly, it's in an arcade, it's on for 40 hours a week, and it's played for 30 hours a week. These machines get hammered. And a lot of these... arcades are not realizing how much work we put in just to keep it going at the back. I have an awful lot more photos of stuff that I've not put up on there. So if we get like a slow week, we can always go, hey, here's the thing I'm doing. So yeah, all of the... I've been doing the floor mats. I sprayed this. Unfortunately, I had to get a little bit on the seat, but it's okay. I want to get rid of the blue machine, but I redid the seats, sprayed stuff. You can see how it was before, very beat up, and then afterwards, they get a bit on the seat. It's not necessarily that. A lot of people just don't realise. A lot of it's just wear and tear. So yeah, that was the floor mats before. I put those floor mats in 6 months ago. Now we have heavy duty rubber cladding, and I'll probably be doing the side skirts next. And this is me replacing the feet, the base of Sega Rally. That's how it was. That's how it is. They're still perfect. They look great. I'd love to be able to redo the seats. I'd like to print these specialized poppers. Hopefully, eventually, we'll be able to print gear stick knobs, shift plates. You know, this is cool stuff. I don't do any of this stuff. That's way beyond me. That's the retro brighting setup, which looks awesome. This is a game called Table Flip. So these are the new bolts. Those are the old bolts. Yeah. Right, that one's stripped, that one's bent, and that one's snapped. Grinding stuff apart, cleaning stuff. Yeah, it's. I enjoy doing this stuff. It's a productive hobby, which is not something you can say. That's how it looked when I got it, and that's how it looked when I finished with it. That was in a steel mill. That's how it was. That's how it ended up. I haven't had a need to add outer shells yet, but the thing is, a lot of the 3D printing stuff I see people getting very excited about. To me and to Andy, this is our bread and butter. Like when you're going on about stuff like infill or edges or shapes or overhangs. Like Andy and I have had to deal with limitations of triangles and polycounts and vert counts for 10 years or more. So when you're talking about essentially expanding, what would you call it? Not extruding, expansion of a model along its normals. To me, that's just second nature. I haven't had a need to yet. It's quite likely if I did have a need to, I would print extra inner walls and probably just acetone smooth it into an ABS. But I don't have currently any purpose to do that. So that needs to be switched. I also hate sanding. I have to do a lot of sanding and stuff, and I don't like it. I can't show you, I don't have a picture, but before we opened the arcade on Afterburner's joystick, we soaked it in acetone to get the paint off and the gunk. We sandblasted it, we painted it, we dried it, we painted it, we dried it, we painted it, we dried it, we lacquered it, we waited, we lacquered it, we waited. It's already knackered. It hasn't even lasted 6 months, and that is car lacquer. So I'm going to use some better lacquer next time, stuff that has a 2-week cure time under UV. So I will definitely fix this stuff. But we worked out that on the joystick, I've got a photo of it somewhere. What it was is it had 2 holes worn in it. I couldn't work out why it had the holes on it. How do you wear holes in a metal joystick? It's where people's wedding rings are. It's the right hand, it's right where the wedding ring is. It's worn 2 holes in the joystick. Yeah, as I said, that's what I'll be using next time. I used some spray on stuff that had like a shorter cure time. Well, it was lacquer rather than a clear coat. But you guys seem to know about it. Feel free just to link me something on Amazon that is the right shit, and I will buy it, and I will do the joystick on it. But I will do it nice and thick, because these things get such a pounding. And generally speaking, I suspect if you were to grab hold of your car with a hand with a ring on it, and you scratched it over the same spot on the car for 15 minutes every day, I suspect it would probably wear through that quite quickly. Oh, well, yeah, but it doesn't. If Amazon doesn't sell it, then I guess I can just buy it from a body shop or something. But yeah, I want something extremely hard wearing. I do have a room at the arcade, but I'm not really sure it counts as having it as a well ventilated area. It's an area. It's got ventilation. It does have to be clear, or silver. I mean, the joystick's silver. Yeah. It's that one. That's the joystick there. Wait, force feedback? Oh, on an upright. It's surprising, by the way, how often I have looked at stuff and just realised it's a photo from the arcade. That's not our one. Anyway, yeah, it wears out 2 holes right there, but that's the colour I will want it to be silver. This bit's alright, but this bit's cracked as well. And then we have this enormous piece of plastic that's quite fragile, and this horribly irreplaceable bit of... Right. Ah, right, that's the upgrade. The sit-down one doesn't have the joystick vibrates, the whole, cab vibrates. Wait, when I say input, is that the wrong way around? Collect, right, that should be, that is false, true. Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of chemicals. When something says absolutely safe and harmless, I'm like, no, I want something with a warning label on it. I want something that's dangerous and good. You know, we've got respirator at the arcade. We've got all the equipment, so I'm quite prepared to do it. And I quite like playing with dangerous chemicals. I did singe myself with an angle grinder last week, so. Right. Input means we want it. Collecting input is false. Dropping. No, that was the wrong way around. So collecting is where the input is true. We are only currently writing the code for. False, I think we check. False, right. So if we're not input, if input's false, dropping off, output's false. It's okay. I mean, I will do a bit of research. If you happen to know a name of a particular... This is the thing, usually it's just about knowing the name. But if you're talking about urethane clear coat, that's fine. Really, though, I do want it in a rattle can. I don't have a proper spray painter. I have no skills in proper, spray painting. We do have an air compressor. We do have a spray gun. No one knows how to use it. So ideally, something in a can. However, I am well aware that all the good shit isn't in the can. All the good shit for anything is always English. It's always 2-part. I don't know what H yet. HVLP. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I rapidly get out of my depth. I'm reasonably competent at soldering. I'm reasonably competent at sanding. I'm reasonably competent at painting. I'm reasonably competent at putting stickers on things. So I'm reasonably competent at anything you need to do to fix an arcade machine. I'm just not brilliant. Don't ask me to spray paint your car because it won't look good. Sometimes I get gloss and satin mixed up, Untouched conveyors, L next conv, equals L conv. And in this case, we always want to wipe. You've already lost me, but I don't need to get good at spray painting yet. I just need to get... I've got good enough at 3D printing. And it's been fun because, like, a month ago... No, not that. 2 months ago, I knew nothing about 3D printing. Now, I can have a conversation with the best of them, and I could bluff, but I know stuff. I don't know I do. But I'm good at bluffing. I know enough. I also, there's a couple of guys that okay do 3D printing. I also know more than them in some bits because they're like, oh, they got stringing, and I was like, watch this, and I grabbed the heat gun, and if you've got a heat gun and you just waft a heat gun over a 3D print with stringing, all the stringing just shrivels up away. It's like magic. And he was like, I didn't know you could do that. I was like, I saw it on YouTube. That should probably work. Although I've been talking a lot, I do actually do work, and when I pause and do other things, my brain's still working away. I know enough to be dangerous and occasionally to be useful. So that should hopefully, if I've not screwed it up, but I mean, I would absolutely use a respirator. Where are we at? This is update looking for resources. So I think at this point, all of this code down here becomes needs to be rewritten. I don't think we have a respirator with like oxygen masks. No method takes one argument. Yeah, it does. Okay, I won't get HVLA. I'll just get stuff in a can and put more coats on. Now, Halfords do some clear coat stuff in a can that's, I think it's 10 days to harden. Yeah, but I mean, fairly good stuff in a can. So if all works now, all I have achieved with a lot of code, all I will have achieved is it will tell me how many conveyors are touching the machine. Or it'll crash. Oops. Right, 0 attached. Oh, yeah, I made another one over here in a sensible place. Okay. Oh man, 0 attached conveyor as well. Not brilliant. Now, does it mean that I've got the height wrong, which is entirely possible? Does it mean I've got the rotation wrong, which is also possible? Okay, let me dig up the other two, so I've only got one. That looks really nice there, like that. That looks good. Excuse me. Right, so I'll get rid of these two, so I'm only debugging one. No. Well, that don't work yet. I will restart. That should kill it. So, as I said before, I don't tend, I'm not really doing like an entertainment stream. What you're doing here is just basically joining with my day at work. My day at work also involves dealing with a lot of social media. A lot of people asking stupid questions on Facebook. A lot of, what? How's that possible now? I'll come to that in a minute. A lot of people asking stupid questions on Facebook or Discord, so I get so much in the way of that. So sometimes when I go quiet and I'm just typing, I'm usually dealing with a tech support query or a Steam query, or sometimes it's something from Todd or Andy. That looks really cool. I'm really happy with the new sun, although I'd like to address that banding, but that might involve rewriting the sun shaft shader. I've never really looked at it. Might be an easy fix actually. Maybe the quickest of. I'll get distracted. Always happens. Yeah, these are half, but I need to check. There's something stupid with shaders, like, but yeah, you can see that nasty banding there. Well, you actually probably can't on the stream, can you? But there's nasty banding, and I really, really don't like it. Potentially I can use dithering. I don't think I'm going to be able to use 10-bit rendering for FortressCraft as much as I might like to. I told you I would like to have a go at it, Stinkoso, and see whether or not, because you think it works. Steve found this out the hard way. So Steve's freight mod was one of the more popular mods, and we're like, right, let's put it into FortressCraft because it's so cool. Let's put it in. All right then, and that's when he found, and it's a surprisingly weird thing that what's good enough for a mod is not good enough for vanilla. So Steve found that once you're just held to a much higher level of quality. So I'd like to try out the auto conveyor mod. I think it's a great idea. I haven't. Yeah, you say it works. I think you underestimate people. I don't know if you've tried building stuff in a stupid order. I don't know if you've tried like super building things past. What happens if you've got one row super building one direction and one in the other? Blah 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 blah. So yeah, I think it's awesome, but we are definitely going to need to look at it and make sure it's absolutely idiot proof. Certainly, as long as there's an override key and as long as it's a switchable option, I think it should be cool. Now, even if it's right most of the time, that's good enough, because most of the time the current conveyor code works, you know, because we do have auto align code, and that works most of the time, but not all of it. It just means that you're fixing a very occasional issues rather than fixing constant issues, and that's obviously important. But yeah, what's if that throwing stuff on the floor? Once Steve implements that, absolutely, that'll be very cool. For those of you who've not seen it, he did do a demo. Essentially, it's code that automatically inserts corners. I don't think does it insert slopes as well. I didn't see that in your video if it does. But I'd also like to insert slopes. So I still got a lot of people complaining, and it's like, please don't. Like, try it first and then complain. And the other thing that I'm going to have to repeatedly remind people is I will not generally accept feedback from experienced players who are giving me feedback as experienced players. It's not, you've removed this, therefore I'm unhappy. It's, if a new player was playing it and having never seen the game before, would they be unhappy with the way it was? Or would they not be unhappy, or would they actually be happier with the change? So, for example, I had an enormous amount of negative feedback when I implemented fall damage. All from experienced players. New players don't care. New players expect fall damage. And that's the important thing. It's, if you're unhappy with something, before complaining to me, ask yourself, if it was in the game from the beginning, would I be complaining? Or am I simply sulking that my toy has been taken away from me? Or in some cases, like the smelting underground, people still get very upset about smelting underground. And not being able to. And I've explained why. And it's like, dude, I made this change like 3 years ago. Get over it. So you haven't done slopes yet. Does your mod also ripple changes or only deal with changes in a 3x3 area? Because if it can ripple changes and then
if you could put down a bunch of conveyors and fix the bottom one and they all convert into slopes, that would be totally awesome. Yeah, but you weren't talking about gang. You see, if you just started with talking about the refinery, because you were being very vague and talk about machines and changes and this and that and this and that. But more importantly, what I was referring to, if you've been referring to refineries, I'm like, absolutely, they're shit. But I don't know of any other. Like, if you fix something and it changes something and it changes something, do the changes ripple through the network? Do not output to conveyor sides. Do you also have any risk with your mod of a situation where you have 4 conveyors next to each other and you change one, which changes one, which changes one, which then just ripples around in an infinite update? It's things like that. But I'm definitely down for it in principle. I think it's a good idea. Anything that makes players' life easier and also ends up with better looking bases is good. Right, so if I put down a conveyor badly between 2 other conveyors, you'll break the 2 correct conveyors in order to make my misclick valid. Crafting? How the hell are we in crafting? Well, there's your problem. Now, it says looking for resources. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete this world. I suspect I might have some crap lying around. I suspect a lot of you haven't seen the new intro sequence, so if you haven't, please pay attention. Pay attention closely, because it ain't very long. Here it comes. There you go, level generated. I might actually slow that down a bit. Hooray! And this is where you can now see exactly how much the level has. So this is the level desperately generating here as quickly as it possibly can. So that's the bit I've actually seen, and you can see the game generating the world as quickly as it can. Right. Why would I ever want to do these things? Oh, can't I see? So give item, deliver item, something item, attempt to, looking to drop off item. Conveyor entity, it is a item supplier. No. It's thinking so I will not now because I'm obviously on the wrong project and I'm in editor, so I can't use mods. Right. Okay, this is a new world because I probably just had lots of crap in my old world. And I'm really not prepared to sit there and work out if it's the right machine looking at. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Good, that's the right length. Yeah, you see that bug there? It's not updated up. I think if I look at it, it does. Chat with Mad Vandal about that. He'll probably know. Cool. Okay, waiting for conveyors. 0 attached conveyors. Looking for resources. That's fine. What set you in now? Looking for resources. Okie dokie. I mean, don't hold your breath, so. So today, I want to get Gax working today to some degree, because that means when I next come onto it, I can worry about actually doing the crafting stuff. Wednesday, Thursday, I'll be on Nomancer. Not sure exactly what, but that's where I'll be. Wednesday, I will probably also I usually pop into the arcade on a Wednesday afternoon. Because, well, as you probably all know, I work Saturdays and Sundays as well as Monday to Friday. So that's usually Wednesday is my day off, so I can fix anything at the arcade that needs fixing. So I probably won't be streaming there, though I will admit it has crossed my mind to stream from the arcade. So I'll be back on this on Friday, but at that point, if MultiBlock Gax are working, I'll be doing research. If MultiBlock Gax aren't working, I will be doing MultiBlock Gax. Feel free to bug Steve to get it in. I'm perfectly happy. Just make sure it's on some sort of toggle somewhere. Yeah, I think overall it's good. I do. I really do. I'm just worried that there are some circumstances we haven't considered yet, because there are a lot. It's once we remove the vertical conveyors, it'll become an awful lot easier. As I said to people before, if you take into account all possible conveyor configurations, there are 256 possible conveyor configurations in a 2x2x2 grid. There's far more. It's as many as there is marching cubes. So there's far more than we can realistically deal with. But once we can no longer do vertical conveyors, that number should hopefully become vastly more manageable. And Andy may end up modelling some of the other variants. Yeah, but I mean, Steve, just say to Steve, if you talk before I do, brilliant, let's do that. And just make sure it's somewhere in a toggle so we can turn it off if people hate it. We are linked. Okay. Why are we in craft? Wait, hold on. We're in crafting. Crafting. Fine, we're in crafting. Okay, let's not argue. We're in crafting state. There it says we're looking for resources. So which is it? Looking for resources. UI. Huh? Waiting. Sorry, am I just going mental here? Waiting. Have I got... So I'm pretty sure center will be false and link center will be... Oh. Right, that might be why. I don't think I'm linking the center properly. How do we do it in the gas bottler? So the reason I'm using the gas bottler as the base is the gas bottler is the only multi-block machine that allows you to build it in in one of a number of ways. Attach the center block. Okay, what about here? Okay, when do we go into recurring link? When we read, we generate. So only the center should call this. And we should then grab all of the other bits and attach them to us. This explains why when I dug the machine up, it didn't dig itself up properly. Oh, so we are looking for resources now. And we're still linking. Oh, that seems perhaps stupid. But we should just call this a whole bunch of times. Cool. Okay. Okay. Center is false, link center is null. So that's the issue. I'm looking at something that doesn't have a center. So whatever I'm seeing there, looking for resources, is wrong. That's the middle of the... Wait, that's the middle? That doesn't seem right. Right, so some of them have got a middle and some of them haven't. No, Stinkoso. Man, you don't read Discord, do you? Literally been having a discussion with Steve. No, I haven't, because GACs don't use the item interface. Because Steve was saying, oh, I can just pop that code into the conveyors. So every machine will work perfectly for that. And then I pointed out that interface is far, far newer than most of the machines in the game. Right, so we set size from value. We set out the center state to reacquiring link. And what about the other one? At the end state equals state dot. I don't think it really matters. We'll call it waiting for link. NN medium state. Okay, that just sets it away completely. It doesn't really do anything. So the low frequency update, reacquiring link, and delinking. And then we should just... I mean, this code is straight out the bottle. So assuming there's no hard-coded numbers in. There might be. Part of this has been... So now, there is nothing stopping me in here changing the size of the machine. Now, the model won't match up. You need a model that's the right size. But as a mod author, if you want to create a multi-block generic AutoCrafter, yeah, just edit this file. Game doesn't know. Game has no clue. Just create one of these. You're done. It would be awesome. But Steve's probably right. It'll make more sense to update the conveyor code so conveyors no longer accept sideways outputs. Hold on. We need a T-piece conveyor then. Hold on, let me get a screenshot. No learn from side hoppers has you're not thinking this through. Right. So situation, we have a hopper of some description, and then we have this hopper has this set up. And in this case, let's just say, for sake of argument, it's being loaded from here. So you have a, and I want that to offload. That no longer works. And the solution is no, I want it to offload in this situation. I want that hopper to offload onto a belt of coal. That's my problem. That no longer works. And if we're fully updating it, it also means that that wouldn't work. This is what I mean about making fundamental changes without thinking it through. That's the solution to the first conveyor. But that wouldn't work either, as it's side loading. So this cannot be. Yeah, so now Todd Mio, you're making it much more complicated. What you've done is you've implemented a problem. So this is one of the things. So the saying goes, it is much, much easier to destroy than to create, unless you created it yourself. So you two, you're very excited about the fact you don't need to do certain things. There are major fundamental issues with this, and you're now trying, instead of going, you know what, That's a bad idea. You're trying to make it more complicated. So in this case, the solution would be a T-piece conveyor for that one, which I don't want to add particularly, and a cross conveyor for that one. You are talking about, what's the issue? The issue is that no longer works. If you cannot sideload to conveyors, that doesn't work. You're sideloading onto that conveyor. That is no longer valid. That means we need T-piece conveyors and we need cross-shaped conveyors. So if we blanket change conveyors do not allow sideloading, that no longer becomes possible. I mean, the other solution would be a hopper there, or a turntable. Which I don't think is going to make anyone happy. Zipper mergers don't have three. I need a three-way zipper merge, but I don't think we've got one. Yes, two-way. So yeah, by making this very simple and you know, on the surface of it, excellent change, you have created a whole number of new issues. No, well, well, no, GACs don't. No, hold on. Forget the cornerbouts. Just forget that entirely. Right now, as it stands, that machine. For sake, let's make someone that's a bit rounder. That's a very bad example. That one. No, still bad. What's round? Still conveyor based. Excellent. That machine, as it stands in FortressCraft, will not offload to that belt. Previously, it would have. We changed it so GACs will only offload from belts facing away. So if I pop a thing there, that one can offload. The change that will be coming is that will offload. So only belts that visually face away from an object will offload. Cool. Awesome. Totally sweet. Love it. So there, that machine, kind of surprised it's not actually outputting anything. That machine can now output power. Output things. A little bit surprised it's not. But in making that change, you are... sorry, and then Steve said, and I was like, you know what, you're right, that's a cool idea. Steve said we should also, therefore, oh wow, look at the smoke. We should also, therefore, change all machines to be consistent. And I'm like, you know what, that's a sensible idea. We should do that. The moment you make all machines consistent, you fundamentally break a whole number of ways that we are currently playing the game, some of which I am not so happy with. So I can see a situation where I might load these hoppers up with something. So yeah, we're feeding these something from over here, whatever, and then this belt here will fill up with stuff. But if you don't want to allow, and I quote, no side loading from hoppers would be glorious, that doesn't work. If we implement, that doesn't work. That's no longer a valid movement like that, because that's side loading. That doesn't work because that's side loading. Hey Arrakis. So, it's not that simple. Making the statement, we're not going to allow side loading, has a huge number of knock-on effects, some of which are not desirable. And implementing a whole bunch more machines just to allow you to not use directional hoppers is definitely not on my list. Directional hoppers are great. I know you don't get lower tier directional hoppers, but they are great wherever they are in my list. There. Gravity. Well, no, we have directional hoppers. Directional hoppers only output in one direction. The point is, in FortressCraft 2, as the current plan stands, right? Let's get rid of all this. Here's the question for you, because Dave, you've just piped up, so I'm going to pick on you. Right. In FortressCraft 2, with the plans, should that hopper offload onto that conveyor belt? Right now, it will not. The question is, should it? You can solve that by putting a curve in. Hooray! Solved. Oh. But that one won't offload. Okay, Stinko, so how do I set this up? I can't. Neither of those two options are valid. I mean, you're talking about doing. Oops. You're talking about doing that, which does work, but doesn't if, for some unexplained reason, we allow side loading onto belts from other belts, but nothing else. Is that the solution? Does that cause other issues? I mean, that does mean we can. So I take that. That does mean that we can offload. If the solution is we can, as conveyor belts can slide into other belts, then that is the solution. Right, things you say yes in a very excited way, but until I pointed out the issues, none of you saw the issues coming. Who is to say there isn't another issue that we just haven't thought about? This is exactly what my worry is with your auto fix mod. Is it's not necessarily as simple as we think. Belts can only side load to belts. But the question is, you can't just go, yes, you haven't thought this through. I know you haven't thought it through because you were very excited about hoppers not side loading and you hadn't thought through the issues there. Now, there might not be any issues, or there might be dozens of issues. That's why you can't just go, hey, let's change that, because FortressCraft is an enormous amount of machines. Now, I think quite importantly, that looks really nice. I think that is important. I don't know why I'm using directional hoppers, but there we go. But it does mean you have to use twice as many. You have to spread your thing out twice as big, which I actually quite like. That's your. That's the closest you can get. I don't know why you would have this set up, but that's the closest you can get. As a rule, I think directional hoppers are very good and much more useful. I only added them in because I was watching Direwolf on a Saturday night, desperately struggling to do something. So during the Sunday morning, I implemented directional belts. I said to him, get the update. I've added you a hopper that only offers in one direction. It was a godsend. It was such a good machine. But I use side loading from hoppers to offload onto passing belts a lot. So I use that facility. You might not, that's fine. But what's happening there is I have taken away a method of playing that I like. Is that a valid change, or should we leave it, or should we change it? Don't know. I am not unhappy with the concept of forcing the players to only build setups that look pretty. Like, I like that idea. This is one of my complaints about FortressCraft, and I've been watching Direwolf playing it with pain. Is in FortressCraft you can do stuff like here and then that, and then that, and then that, and then this, and then there, and then that, and then under there. So this is my problem with current FortressCraft. If you end up with stuff like, you end up with layouts like that, which look stupid, work fine, look stupid, and for a new player are confusing. In FortressCraft Phoenix, you would let's build the similar set in FortressCraft Phoenix. So I'm going up there. Now, the question is, how do I actually reproduce that bit there? So we've got, what I'm doing there is I'm just uploading from that conveyor. So that storage hopper will no longer offload to the thing on top. So I'd have to do. See, that will still work, but that looks bloody horrible. And then I would probably want to do that, which also looks stupid. That will probably still work, I have to say. I'm probably not going to disallow that one. Use a slope where? How does that help? I need a block. I don't think that's probably getting a bit big. But that looks nice. So I'm happy to disallow setups that look stupid. I've no problems with that. And I forgot his name was complaining. So we've gone from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've got 3 more blocks. No, slopes under the belt line won't work. Absolutely, there is no chance that will be allowed to work. I doubt even allow placement of that. Definitely not. Again, we're back with it doesn't make sense. Again, it works in FortressCraft. That's not the point. So what you're suggesting is a slope, oopsie, a slope up like that. That just magically spawns through a thing. I don't know. It doesn't matter what can work. It's what will work is the important thing. But it's important to me that when people see screenshots or other people playing the game, that the game looks nice. That does not. That looks like a hack. Does it work? Yeah, it works fine. Let me just check that with the... So I just place a directional hopper there. Oh, yeah, okay. That works fine. But, very importantly, looks stupid. I think the only time you can't... I think that doesn't work. Oh, it does. I think it's. Oh yeah, that won't feed. Oh, I've got to grab a down belt. That won't feed from the hopper. Should it? Probably it should. Yeah, stick us up. But your screenshot has the caveat only if you you're still taking up same amount of room. You're taking up same amount of blocks. My point is only if we allow side loading onto belts. Yeah, probably that should work. Right. Thank you for joining us, Iron Knight. I have found before that with a game of this complexity, it's so easy to make a trivial change and not realise that some pair of machines talking to each other you've completely broken at. Which Gax, Esmir? I don't know what beta Gax are. Unless that mod has radically changed how they work, does that mean that the GAC accumulates items off the conveyor? Because that means it needs to serialize what's held in the GAC at any point. No, there's a reason I didn't do that, and it's exactly that reason. Oh, wait, that's working. Cannot locate 2 unknown cube type. Perfect. Right, let's look. Wow, that didn't help. Well, again, outputting it only in one direction is fine as long as the machine was created with an output direction, which some weren't. That's just a graphics thing. Very trivial to say to a GAC you can only offload forwards. Very easy. I'm not changing GACs. I'm not today anyway. I may in future, but it's only multi-block GACs that I care about. Why would they offload in the wrong direction? They should. GACs will offload to an away-facing conveyor as a higher priority than it will offload to a add and remove hopper. Under what circumstances do they offload wrong? They will only offload to hoppers if there are no conveyors. Conveyors are an explicit command that is your preferred offload direction. Well, yeah, we know about corner belts, but I doubt that's the issue. I think I know what the issue is. I think min Y, min X. I think this is. I mean, if you have hoppers, I mean, the answer is simple. You have remove only for the input and you have add only for the output. There's no way it's offloading into a remove only hopper, unless I've got a serious bug. Set size from value. Guess we're going to have to pop a breakpoint down. I do not know of any circumstances under which any of the things you've listed are actual bugs. GACs will only offload to an away-facing conveyor if an away-facing conveyor is present. If you're using hoppers to interact with your GAC, you should be explicit with your instructions and you should explicitly set add and remove permissions. Is there a circumstance under which with explicit permissions it breaks, or with away-facing conveyor belts that it breaks? Because those are bugs. Again, Stinkoso doesn't apply because those do not have any issues with offloading in the wrong direction. Assembly line machines can only offload along the forwards. All of them. That's the definition of those machines. All of these pink ones can only offload in the direction of their visuals. Under no circumstances can they offload sideways. So that's not the issue. I don't think Esmia has a storage hopper there which is gaining resources from that, because well, that wouldn't work. That's not a thing. That doesn't happen, I hope. Wait, I didn't get my breakpoint. Didn't touch the bugger. I think we might need to use the other method of getting it. I think that's what the issue is. Okay, but Esmia, I asked you all questions. Answer me all my questions and I will tell you. If you can answer my questions accurately, and there is a bug, I can probably fix it. I generally agree that all GACs should offload forwards, however. Okay, so our cube is 1200. What are all the possible machines? There's only one, and its first one has a cube ID of 1200. Hooray! We then set size from value, which is 3. Yep. So we're a 9 by 3 by 3 machine. All good. And we then configure from the value, which is just GAC stuff. Okay, so then when we come to the low frequency update, we are going to be in, hopefully, reacquiring link. Link block machine. And we are a 9 by 3 by 3 machine. So that means we go from -1 to 1, -1 to 1, and -4 to 4. Okay, that's fine. That wasn't what I was seeing in the print. I wonder if I've got the rotation the wrong way around. That would explain it, actually. Let's see. Set size from value. So center is XYZ and rotated is ZYX. MultiBlock. Okay. Aha. Yes, that's what it was. Doesn't really make any difference. I think. Oh yeah, Esme, that's fun, and I do appreciate that. It's just that I happen to be on that code right now. So when you say, "Hey, there's a bug," I'm like, "Is there? Are you sure?" I do actually have a handy dandy. Actually, hold on. Let me just switch. I have a handy cheat. Oh, in fact, it's on. So if I create a generic AutoCrafter, it will just create whatever it's supposed to. I like the printer most when it's doing diagonals, by the way, because the camera's at 45 degrees, so it does weird shapes. How long's left? An hour. It lies. However, although I would like all GACs to offload only along their forward direction, there is one major issue with that. And the issue is that every machine will need a visual update, so it definitely does that. And that, unfortunately, is probably the issue. Okay, so let me just check this one is actually working. I think I need to give it power. Do the daylights. All the daylights. Cheeky solar, cheeky power. So this, I mean, this one doesn't have a forwards. You couldn't just build this one and go, hey, now all GACs have a forward, because then you look at this one going, what the hell's going on? So that is offloading to an away-facing conveyor. All good. If I put a storage hopper down, it will now offload to that storage hopper, which will then in turn pass it on to there. Yeah, so that's fine. If I place a sideways facing conveyor there, it will ignore it, and it will continue to offload to the storage hopper. If you have a side away facing, currently non-corner belt, it will only offload to that one. If I put another hopper here, just so I don't think that's any some sort of randomness, it will only offload to that away-facing conveyor. If I have a number of away-facing conveyors, it can quite frankly pick any of the ones it wants. There's no there's no inherent preference for that. It'll just be whichever one it thinks. If I delete that one, it'll offload to one of the other ones. If the hopper is remove only and it has no conveyors to offload to, it will. Hold on, let me scan it so I can get a readout. I should really implement a button just to research everything when in editor. I also want the organic detritus as well. It makes sense. As far as I know, this code is bulletproof. So in this case, this is going to say, no valid hoppers found, locked or full. So if I put a hopper there, it will offload to that one. And then in there and then onwards. So in this case, you could have loaded in the resources into the remove only hopper, and it will only add into the add and remove hopper. Again, if I place a conveyor there, it will take the conveyor as preference. Yeah, I'm unless there's a setup I can't work out, I'd say that's 100% good. It will offload to a curved conveyor, but not in the way you think. It will only offload to a curved conveyor that is facing away, which is not what you think. So it will offload to that. Stinkosa has written a fix, which we will be implementing, but that is currently. It will, in future, only offload to conveyors that look like that. But that is next week. Huh? It's coded inconsistently. What's inconsistent? No, it offloads to away facing conveyors, not away starting conveyors. It's consistent, it's just wrong. And now you see it will drop back to the add and remove. But you can't use curved conveyors currently. Just straight ones. Or you can use slightly odd curved conveyors. But that is what quite a lot of the discussion was in the Discord chat earlier. Right. More importantly, good. I fixed some of this then. That's good. But what it's not doing is finding this one. This is FCE code though. This hasn't changed yet. There's no difference between the GAC code here and FCE apart from the comments going, is this right? So they should work. Unless there's an issue you can tell me I don't know about. I don't know of the issue. I genuinely don't believe there are any other issues with these right now. And if there are, I will happily fix them. But as far as I know, all combinations of GAC work correctly as long as they involve away facing conveyors, not away starting conveyors. If you place an outward belt, hoppers are ignored. If you place an outward belt, you are being explicit. Under what circumstance would you have an outward belt and you want it to be ignored, please? That is an explicit command. Under what circumstances would it be valid to not offload to that belt? Just trying to work out if it's full, whether or not it'll default to the hopper. Which would be quite nice if it does work, because then it will. Then you've got a priority system. I don't think it will. Ah, damn! No, I thought it didn't think it will. Oh, that's a shame, but not a bad thing. You can't. No, you can't just stick the word consistent in there. That doesn't make it consistent. That makes it inconsistent. It is currently consistent. If you have a conveyor belt, that takes priority. It would be nice, I think, if the conveyor belt is full, if it offloaded to an add remove hopper. But the rule is there, and the rule is consistent. Away facing conveyors have priority. If you want the setup like I did, what you would just do is you would just have two conveyor belts like that, and then when one's full, the other one would go. Now it will offload to that one, and then it should offload to another. I hope. There's no guarantee which one it will offload to first, though. That's not what I expected. I was expecting to have it offload to the next empty conveyor, but it picks the first conveyor. Again, not really how you set it up. If your situation is that you want it to offload, there are other systems available. No, it's consistent. You can't. The consistent means it always does a predictable thing. It always does a predictable thing. It consistently offloads to an away-facing conveyor. When you have an implicit setup, this is known as an implicit setup. Where should it offload? You don't know. Wherever it offloads to is correct because it gets to decide. You have said to the game, you choose. It is absolutely here's implicit. I never recommend implicit setups. I always recommend explicit setups. It can offload into any one of those three because you haven't told it otherwise. You have said to it, here are three outputs, do what you want. Implicit. Explicit means you have said very specifically offload to that. Now it's implicit. You have said to it, whatever, do what you want. In this case, it has an explicit rule, the offload conveyor. It is predictable. What part isn't predictable? If there is an away-facing conveyor from a GAC, that away-facing conveyor has absolute priority. It will not suddenly start to stuff in your input hopper, your add-remove hopper. I would probably expect it is intuitive if you have a conveyor facing away from a machine that machine will put the resource into the conveyor. That is intuitive. You didn't answer my question. It wasn't rhetorical. Under what circumstance would I have a conveyor facing away from a machine that I'm happy for the machine to ignore? If it offloaded into that hopper, my first question would be, why the fuck is it offloading into that hopper? That doesn't make sense. I've given it a conveyor. There is no circumstance I can think of where I would be happy for it to offload into that conveyor, which was my question, which you haven't answered. Why would you ever want it to ignore that conveyor? What circumstances is it where it is intuitive to ignore an explicit instruction? Are there any? Now, it would be cool to have it load balanced so conveyors got priority over hoppers, but that's not how it's written. It is written so a away-facing conveyor has absolute priority. Backups? You mean... No, not for craft... You mean results for crafted materials. You don't mean crafting materials. I mean, you can do that with a conveyor belt, with a turntable, which would be probably how I would do it. If that was your requirement. Now, the advantage is, don't get me wrong, I think it's quite cool that you could have it so it has a priority system. I think that's actually quite neat, and I'm considering adding it. My question is, under what circumstance would you be happy that is how it's implemented? And I think the answer is very, very few circumstances under which you're like, yep, that's cool, as opposed to, sorry, you did what? So this is a non... that will load up that one with some completely arbitrary percent of the missiles. Mostly depending on how many you're making. What's the rule? 1 per 15 seconds? Yeah. So that'll do a 50-50 split. I like the idea of a offload that will send it, and then if it's not there, offload in another direction. I think that's cool. I do. But then that is not consistent because it could do two different things. That is not explicit because it is deciding what to do, and it is not obvious because you as a player are very unlikely to work out under what circumstances that machine is deciding to do something. That's my point. Consistent means it always does a predictable thing, and that predictable thing is obvious and intuitive in this case. If it offloads in one direction always, except sometimes, that's not intuitive, that's not consistent. But I think it's actually rather cool, annoyingly. No, you have to care about explicit versus implicit. You absolutely have to. You must. This is why traffic lights do not have an implicit state. They have red, stop. Red and yellow, get ready to go. Green, go. Yellow, get ready to stop. They do not show amber for both stop, get ready to stop, and get ready to go because that is an implicit command. Only explicit commands. FortressCraft, you should, as every player, this applies to everyone, you should always always explicitly do everything. Everything should be an explicit setup. Otherwise, when it chooses to do the wrong thing, you don't get to complain. Yeah, it's me. They don't work. That won't work. I don't know what that will do. Implicit. If it's an implicit design sticker, so if you make an implicit machine and it does the wrong thing, that's your fault. The game decided what to do. You said to the game, do what you want. Yeah, I'm assuming these are the modded GACs. No, Stinkoso. Orange is explicit. There are 5 states in the traffic lights with 3 lights because of the 4 states because of the explicitness. That can't work. That won't work. That conveyor belt is facing that way. I can't show you. They are. I don't know what machine that. They are GACs. That literally can't work. Literally, that can't work. I will build it for you. It can't work. What's that? Coal infuser? More likely, you've got something confusing going on with that. Explicit. No, you have orange and red to make ready to start. My point is, it's explicit. With only 3 lights and 4 states, they made sure you cannot get confused about what you are supposed to be doing. God damn it, what does the coal infuser look like? No, that'll do. Coal infuser, it'll do it now, just to confuse the hell out of me. Coal infuser, offload. Not possible. Can't do it. Because as far as the game is concerned, that conveyor is exactly the same as that conveyor. It's not facing away. Oh yeah, it was the mod block, yeah. But yeah, that's why it's working for you here, because those are mod blocks that have the code in. We'll be adding, well, Steve will be adding probably today or tomorrow. And then you have red, or even the UK, you also have red and yellow, which means get ready to go. 4 explicit states, 3 lights, no implicit states. In FortressCraft, if you make an implicit machine, the game gets to decide what to do. Under no circumstances can you say that's wrong, because it is an implicit statement. Now, if you set up an explicit statement and it does something else, that's absolutely a bug. Don't think so. I'll check SBA, but I'm 99% sure they're GACs as well. The important is the G in GAC, which is generic. They're all the same code. It's just different set of data. I told me, is it because there's an 4 explicit states and 3 lights? There are 3 red lights. But I'll check. I'm 90% sure the answer is no. No, they don't. I'm 100% sure. I don't know why I said 99. That's just me being a programmer. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. So one of my favourite subtle lines from Borderlands was, there are 4 blinking red lights when you kill the claptraps, because it's a subtle Star Trek reference and a subtle reference to motherboards going wrong. Genius. Come on. It won't do it. Like, if I put one like that, it will. Now that's correct and valid. Looks stupid. That's the issue there. The problem is that without reworking all the machines to only offload forwards, that's a very difficult thing to do. The issue you've got is that a lot of machines, let's take this one for sake of argument, have no visual forwards. There are 44 GACs in the game, so Andy would need to revisit 44 machines. Now, if it takes Andy 1 day a week, 1 day just to look at each machine, it's going to take him 8 weeks just to look at the machine. Remember, Andy's not full-time. I cannot afford a full-time Andy at the minute. I wish I could. Huh? No, it doesn't. No, the curve hasn't worked. Are you high? Is not working. There is nothing on the curved. Is not working. The curved will work if you place it like that. That will work. Yeah. So either that machine is a modded one. Yeah, I know how. I think I know how it works. No, I don't. No, that's not true. I was going to say it's offloading from the one to the left. I've no idea what that. Those aren't GACs. Is my only thing I can say. I can't say send me the world because you've got mods running, but pretty sure the answer is one of 3 things. 4. 1, you have a matter mover directly above it, matter emitting down. 2, that middle machine is a modded GAC that has the fix for curved conveyors. That's my guess. 3, the machine to the left is offloading. Don't think that's the case. 4, the mass storage is somehow offloading in a weird way. I'm going to put my bet on B. That's a modded crafter. No, it's the same. That's my only guess though, because there's no way that should offload there like that. It just can't. It just literally can't. As far as the code is concerned, there's no such thing as a curved conveyor. Maybe I can describe it better. So if I do, if I do that, as far as the code is concerned, that is absolutely the same thing as this. It doesn't know. It has no idea what curved conveyors are. Curved conveyors and straight conveyors are exactly the same. So it has no idea. It genuinely does not understand what a straight conveyor is versus a curved conveyor. Literally, no code in the game at all anywhere understands curved conveyors. So if you make them straight, and I recreate what you've got there, as I said, that and that one? No. Dang it, where's it gone? Right. That, as far as the code is concerned, thank you. As far as the code is concerned, those two are absolutely identical setups. As far as the code is concerned, which way is it? That way? No. As far as the code is concerned, those two setups are identical. That's the issue, is it doesn't understand what a curved conveyor is. I am 99.9% sure either something offloaded to that, not that machine, or that's a modded one. That's all I can say. I mean, if you have the world, go and look at that machine and stare at it and check me. There's no way that the code will offload to a non-facing away conveyor belt. I'm just trying to think if there's any sort of interaction with this mass storage machine. But that's an offload. And that should offload to that. I mean, this is my question. We're talking about not allowing side loading. Are we going to allow that? Because that's visually wrong. It's a neat setup, though. I hate neat setups. They hurt performance so badly. Can I get on the multi-blocks now? I'd like to point out we've not found any bugs in the gaps. Oh, is my print finish? It's 27 minutes. Okay, so do we have a detached conveyor now? No. I hate it because it hurts performance. Why did somebody ask this question? Why do you think it does? Because it doesn't go surprise, slam on your brakes. Why would somebody have asked this on the internet? Right, that one will offload to this belt. No ifs, no buts, no exceptions. We've just proved under no circumstances will a machine offload to a variety of belts. That machine will offload to that conveyor. Mouse cursor. Where do I turn on my mouse cursor? Yay. Okay. Under this machine here that you have highlighted will offload to this belt under all circumstances. That belt is facing upwards. That belt is facing upwards. They are not valid offload targets. That's an offload mass storage, so it will not offload that way. It will only offload to this belt here, unless that is modded in some way, shape or form. Less blocks is not as important as spreading blocks out. Simple example. if you have 1,000 blocks and you put them in a cube, you will render a 10 by 10 by 10 cube. So you will render 1,000 blocks. If you render 1,000 blocks in a square, that is, I can't work it out in my head, 33 by 33? Most of those blocks are more than 10 meters away. If you then arrange that same cube in a line, that line is 1,000 meters long, and only 10 of the blocks are within 10 meters. So a cubic setup is an order of magnitude slower to render than a square setup, which is an order of magnitude slower to render than a linear setup, and that's why. Yeah, see, Asmia, unless a mod that you're running is fixing it, I don't believe you. No, it won't. I can build that, and it won't. That will offload to that one. I mean, I've virtually built it anyway. It's always nighttime in this game, I swear. What's printing? I will tell you in 23 minutes. No. This isn't a fix. This requires a reworking of the GAC. I mean, unless someone's put the code and not told me. But, like, that's the setup you've got, yeah? I mean, you had belt there. You had a belt there. And you had some machines there. That's what will happen. It will not and cannot ever offload onto that belt because it is facing the wrong direction. If I delete this belt, it won't start offloading elsewhere. Yeah, I think it's something to do with this port. Oh, wait, that's a stocking port. Aren't they bi-directional? I can't really remember. I can't really set that up. Aren't they stocking ports bi-directional? I thought. I can't remember what the icon looks like. Whoa, why are you being so cute? Oh dear, I think she's said she's going to be in heat within the next 4 to 6 weeks, and I think we're getting just the beginning. We're beginning extra love of it. When you say vanilla ports, do you mean vanilla stocking ports? Now the stocking port is an input only, because there are bi-directional ones. I just can't remember what they're called, but I don't think that's them. Can't find the directional ones. I love you. I'm sorry. I don't have enough hands to love you with. I can only love you with 2 hands. And they're output ports, yeah. So stocking port is an input. I don't know. The thing is, the moment you start running mods, my response is, wait, you're not running mods, and there's no mods. You don't. That's not modded. That game isn't modded, is it? Dora, you're. Oh, come here and love me. Love my face. Love my face. Yeah, this is an unmodded game. I was not aware, but it's more likely. I'm afraid. I damn well hope that's not a modded game, or I've got a bug, or I can't remember my how it works. I'm pretty sure that's unmodded. Let me just check. Thank you, Stinkoso. Someone is rolling around on my keyboard. Someone is being a pain in the ass. Dora? Yes, meow. Yeah, she's totally coming into heat here. Oh, Bobby Lou, I'm afraid you have to go into heat and come out again before we can get you fixed. That's how it works, because it makes your ovaries bigger, so it's easy to... I don't really know. You weird little gargoyle. What you can hear her. So, told Mia, not quite. A red, green. A yellow bar is modded between, is modded. If you're running without missions, it's grey, and else it's green. Only it's red if there's missions, I meant. Red equals no missions. Orange is for mods. Assuming, it might not do it if she's absolutely at full power. Or in my case, because I've got a... yeah, there you go, mine's red to show that... wait, why is it red? Anyway. Fairly sure still, but I'm not so sure now. I think what happens is when it fills up, I see, as me, there are a number of hidden little UI elements that I don't tell people about. Otherwise, I go, is it modded? And they go, no. And I go, oh, all right then, blah, 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 blah. That's a mod. They're like, I've run that mod, but that one doesn't count. So I can tell from your screenshot how your game's running, what detail setting you've got it set to. I can tell you whether or not you're connected to Steam. I can tell if you are running modded. I can tell if you've got missions disabled. Quietly fiddle with it. However, I just think in this case what's happened is that my diff is just far too small, that's all. Yeah. I think I've just found a bug, and it only works when the... Oh my god, Dora. Yes! I think it only works when you've got the solar panel fitted. Yeah, I don't think it works unless Arthur is charging at more than very slow. Boopy loopy loos. Yes, in this case, Arthur's power color bar should be grey, which is a kind of a cyan color. If you're running mods, it should go green, I guess. Actually, let me just flip that around. Yes. I've got a number of these little UI elements just to deal with liars and people who don't know. There you go. So Arthur's power bar is now bright green. That's modded. That's modded. That's not. There are only two circumstances. One, it's not modded. Why do you think that GPS is anything with mods, by the way? I got a GPS. Unless you mean this one here. The other option is that it is modded and you have got a mod installed that flips that off so you can still get achievements. Oh my god. Oh, Dora baby, I'm so sorry you won't get to have kitties. I know you have a primal urge to have kitties, but if you have 7 kitties, and from there, each of those have 7 kitties, then I'll have... How many will I have? 57 kitties, including the current one. You think we should live in a house with 57 kitties? I'm afraid our Patreon's not big enough. So if you'd like me to live in a house with 57 cats, please. I can't type it. Stop touching the keyboard, you horrible thing. So if you'd like me to live in a house with 57 cats, please do that. Can I fix my bugs now, Dora Boo? Can I? Would that be okay if maybe I could do some programming? Bruh. I'll hold you. I'll hold you. You rub your face on the mic. Why do you do that? Why do you rub your face on the mic? Why would anyone ever rub their face on a microphone? Why would you do that? She's rubbing her face on the mic. Yeah, I suspect these affectionate outbursts are just going to get more and more and more until she's feeling heat. I've been around cats that are feeling heat for. It's pathetic. Doesn't seem quite the right term. Seems rather mean, but it's heartbreaking. Cats should either be breeding cats or neutered cats. Cats aren't happy. Like most animals, when they're in heat, they just want to have sex. And if they're not having sex, or they're not pregnant, they are very unhappy animals. So I will get her done as soon as, well, when she's coming into heat. Okay, yeah, right. So we have a total of 24 possible conveyor locations. That's correct. They're all currently, no. Our round robin lower side. Oh. I forgot to increase current side index. But I suspect there was one, just one. I'll just do it there. I suspect there was just one location that would work. I was just checking the first location over and over and over rather than do the rest. Are you liking that Facebook thread there, Brian? The amount of people who are so anti-electric is bizarre. Like, there's some circumstance under which they won't have to have an electric car before they die. The only way that will happen is if we get self-driving cars. My smart cars are 14 years old, and they're struggling. My Impreza is 20 years old, and it's in good nick, and I will continue to keep it in good nick. Most people will replace their car in the next 15 years. And if you're replacing your car, you'd have to be... Yes, Dora. You'd either have to be buying a very old car, or you should really be buying an electric car. There's no circumstance under which buying a new non-electric car makes any sense at all. It should let you build it, Esmia. As long as it's a new patch. Don't think it requires any research. Current side is 1. Esmir, is there any chance that the curved conveyors were modded? This is why I don't support modded FortressCraft. There's your ASMR for the evening, by the way, boys and girls.
The Z should now be -1. So we're returning -1. Oh, Angel. -2, -1. Baby Lou, what is it? Huh? What's the matter, you? I was loving you and then you fucked off. And now she's like, I would like more love. I don't know if you guys can hear her. She's been ever so chirpy. Esme, I have no idea why you can't place a curved conveyor. They don't require any research, I don't think. I can check. Conveyor belt. Don't think so. Well, the thing is, Brian, there may be other options today. There are less options tomorrow. There are less options the day after. Even if I'm wrong, I won't be wrong in a week or a month or a year or 10 years. And I don't understand why people are holding on as long as possible. So many people I see, going, oh, I can't use electric cars. Okay. They're not driving cool cars. They're not going around in supercharged Mustangs. They've got, one guy goes, oh, I need at least a Vauxhall Zafira. My dude, you can already buy an electric car like that. And the highway code says you should drive for less than 2 hours. And you get people going, oh, I need to go 500 miles in a day. I'm like, yeah, but you really shouldn't be. Whether or not you do, you shouldn't. And it's just surprising that so many people seem to assume that they will. One. Let's pop space. We get fast. Lulu Bell, I feel bad for you. Come here. I'm so sorry. What's the matter? What is it? What do you want? What do you want? What can I do to make you shut up? The thing is, Ryan, I don't know if you've driven an electric car, but they're really good. A lot of the people I see, especially on bike forums, they don't have the passion, they don't have the soul, they don't have the feeling of, petrol. Have you driven one? No, never would, mate. Right, because my Ninja, which is the fastest and the quickest mass production vehicle on the planet. No Tesla, no Porsche, no Ferrari accelerated. It is the fastest thing. Electric motorbikes, the high-end electric motorbikes have 40 more foot-pounds of torque than my bike, which is insane. Oh, well, you see, Richard, I'm not in my emo phase. I've grown up out of that. And you, because how old are you now? 17, 18? You still got the hormones going through you. You're just coming out of puberty. You want to be angsty and, oh, look at me. I've got a dark theme. I'm so emo. I'm so goth. That's you. That is. That's how you sound. How far do you need to go out of interest, Brian? There's a fascinating bell curve, because you always get these people going, oh, I need to commute 300 miles a day. And you look at the bell curve, certainly in the UK, and it's something like 98% of people drive less than 30 miles a day. Almost no one drives that distance, but they're all over the forums. Wait, you're 33? I thought you were young. Well, younger. Actually, I haven't said that. It's about 4 years since I was in Cornwall, wasn't it? So it's time flies. It comes from being indoors, gets you the baby face. Oh no. Oh, my print's finished. What's 199? Coal or something stupid? Ah, it's not in there. Rough hewn rock. Okay. True. Most of the electric cars have been. Well, you say that, Brian. I bet you there is. Now, I will freely admit I don't know all of the electric cars in the market. I absolutely don't. I can name a few of them. All of them? No, not even close. So there may be. The Tesla truck is the only one I am aware of. But again, that puts you into a massive, massively small group of people. Massively small, you know what I mean? I don't know about the Peugeot E208. You say compact. I'll bet it's not. That looks enormous. What are you talking about? Compact. Are you American, crossover? It's got 4 doors, for heaven's sake. 4? What do I need 4 doors for? That actually looks quite nice. The weird thing is, and this is what amuses me so much about the argument of electric versus petrol. Electric literally has one disadvantage, which is refueling. Everything else scores for petrol, apart from maybe how it sounds. 4, okay. It's half a metre longer than my car. But I've never worked out why they call the boot a 5th door. It's not, is it? I'm not sure what you mean by no electric can haul a cord of wood. Electric, as I said, electric scores in every single factor other than refueling. And one of them is absolutely torque. The really confusing thing, and what really is a very difficult thing to persuade people of, is the real difference between petrol and electric cars is petrol cars are cheaper to buy but more expensive to run. A lot more expensive to run. You've got no differential, you've got no gearbox, you've got no clutch, you won't use the brakes, you have no oil filters, you have no engine oil to replace, you have no timing chain, you have no head gasket. Your ongoing maintenance costs for an electric car are, to all intents and purposes, 0. And that's the bit that's not sunk into sort of the common conscious yet. And I know a number of people who run garages, and they're very worried. Over the next 10 to 20 years, as more people go electric, garages will not have enough work because you do not have enough you do not have enough work to go around. Brian, that's well, the Tesla. There you go, the Tesla X. There's one. The thing is, that's not necessarily true, Backer. What about the Leaf M300? Curious what other ones there are. The thing is, tow bar certification is really expensive. That's why they're not doing it. Electric cars are already expensive. Yeah, so plenty of hybrids. But yeah, so this year we also get the like a load of vans coming out. What's this one called? So you've got the NV200. That's it. So they're now vans. I wouldn't want to off-road that, but again, like I said, the F-150 is an enormously popular truck, but you are talking about 0.1% of owners that go offline. Offline? Off-road. It's very, very rare. You want to carry a lot of shit? If that's your bag, get one of those vans. Electric off-roaders,
yeah, I mean, you want an electric ute, really, don't you? That gets into a very unusual set of requirements. Like, there's very few times under which that's actually wanted. Like, genuinely, you're talking about farmers. You're talking about a tiny amount of the population. I'll tell you what, I want one of those though. Oh yes, whatever. Just show me the pictures from the internet. Yeah, I want one of them. Some people commute a long way. Electric doesn't necessarily suit you yet. Some people actually need to go off-road. That they won't suit you yet. But that's not a common thing. I like the way this is an off-road car. Have you seen the tyres on it? There are many people, but not a large percentage. It's not the same thing. Many people play modded Minecraft. A very small percentage play modded Minecraft. When you're talking about vehicles, you are generally talking about selling 100 million. You're not talking about the 10,000 that give a shit about driving it off-road. Anyway, there you go. There's your answer. The Bollinger. Hello, kitty. I dread to think how much it costs, but there is a big lack of variety. I mean, I completely agree. There isn't enough. I would like an electric motorbike, and my choice of, well, there aren't any. There are no electric sports bikes at a sensible price on the market. They just aren't. Oh, right, it's still not out yet. I completely agree. There is not enough choice. But for your average consumer, I would say we're there. Burp to you. For... fuck off. No, I won't. Jesus Christ, 100,000? There you go. That's what you need. Because a hemp-fueled car is not carbon neutral. It's better but you're not carbon neutral because you're taking carbon out of the atmosphere, and then you're you're taking carbon out of the atmosphere into hemp, but then you're processing it and burning it. So you're still putting some into the atmosphere. It's a lot better for the environment than petrol, but it's not even close to electric, not even slightly things. Yeah, Zebra, I mean, I'm not paying £40,000 for an electric motorbike when for the same sort of performance I can pay £4,000. And it's me, yeah, it's because there's no growth in petrol cars. If I'm selling you a petrol car, what are you going to say? Hey, it's got slightly better fuel economy than last year. All right, then. Anything else? Nope. Can you drive it in any cities in Europe? Nope. All right, then. Brilliant. Electric cars are new. It's a growth market. Cars have been stagnated for quite a long time because it's quite hard to sell them. They're all the same, and they can't go on about how cool the performance is because, again, Brian, you and me, we're not normal, you see. You and me go, all right, so what's the power to weight ratio? Your average consumer does not. Your average consumer mostly cares about how many dogs can I get in the back of it. Or, Spurp. Oh my god. I need to get the print off the printer, you silly puss. Can I go? Can I? I don't know if you guys can hear her. She's being ever so cute. Just, inappropriately timed cuteness, which is not my favorite. Can I just go? I'll be too. There we go. Oh shit. Bugger. Well, I was printing 3 in total. I didn't mean to print that. Get off that keyboard. Just going to check I'm definitely printing the right one this time. Dora, you deleted it. You horrible monster. Yes, you are. You burnt me. No. No, I don't think I do love you. Come on, I love you. Come on, sit in my lap. I feel stupid that I've just spent 3 hours printing the wrong bit. That's because I had Sifi on me. Blaming Sifi. Right, is it okay if I do some work now, Dora? Excellent. I'll see you soon. Have I got the right number of loops? It should be... No, I've got 24. It should be 9 down one side, 9 down the other is 18. Plus, no, it's 24. Okay. So we should run over this one. It's right. It's good that I know. I said I thought it was working, and it's good that I know it is working. So that's fine. So Brian, I mean, interestingly, because you're talking about off-road vehicles in the UK, there pretty much aren't any. You've got Range Rover and Land Rover, and that's your lot. So in in Australia, you've got Utes. Like, they're so popular to the point where you get things like this. So in Australia, what they would call a ute, I guess you would call it, I would probably call it a pickup truck, but that's probably incorrect, are so popular. In the UK, you do not exist. Not at all. Literally zero. You see them that's about the closest you might get in the UK is a lorry like that. So again, it's a bit interesting because generally speaking, I think I may have seen a couple of those, but generally speaking, manufacturers make their car to sell to as many people as they can, and because you've got rural America, which is a small percentage, you've got Australia, which is a fairly small percentage, and not much else in the world actually needs or wants or would buy a car like that. It's further down the line. I totally agree with you that there should be. No, that's Dora being Dora. I totally agree with you. There should be some. It's just that until we have got electric cars saturated the consumer market, which is the big market, we're probably not going to see them. I'd love to have some. I think that's wicked. Is that true? I don't think that is true. Again, the majority of your land is rural, but I believe that nearly all of your population is in centres. So 20%. So not most at all. In fact, less than 20%. 60 million people. Of that 20%, how many of them drive their cars off-road though? To feel Australia's the same. Nearly everyone lives in a city. Almost none of their land is in a city, but that's where everybody lives. Because that's where you'd live. I'm gonna have to dump out all of these print. I think I can't really debug this number that's coming out. Debug.log iteration I gives XYZ of right now electric car the best electric cars are the ones designed for when you live and work in the same city. Those are very good. Those, you know, the Honda E, I won't say the smart roads, the smart car because it's shit, but that sort of thing, they are truly excellent cars. And if you want something that will commute from one side of the country, the UK, to the other, no, there ain't nothing. Nothing with a 500 or 1,000 mile range. Just there isn't anything. But almost no one needs to do it. Percentage-wise, I'm sure quite a few people do, but car manufacturers don't really give a shit about the where there aren't very many. They give a shit about the biggest amount of market they can. Which is why the Cybertruck boggles my mind. I can't believe that's a mass market vehicle. To my mind, that's insane, but I assume they've done their research, or they don't care, and it's all about the sweet share prices. -2. I think that's in the ground. Yeah, the thing is, Brian, a lot of those videos are designed to paint Tesla in a bad light on purpose, so all the angry Tesla owners share it. So there was one, maybe the same one, and he said, right, what we're going to do is we're going to tow blah 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 £1,600 thing in our Tesla. Oh no, it didn't go very far. Look, here's the video where it went wrong, right? He was doing 80 miles an hour, towing £1,600, and everyone's like, well, of course it's running fat. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, he's owning it, but he's making a video. Is this a different one? He's making a video purposely to piss off Tesla owners so they share it. Tesla owners can be fanatical about their machines. Really. So making a YouTube video that bashes Tesla is quite likely to get you a lot of hits. Dora baby, I don't know what you want. What? I can't have sex with you. That's not how it works. Crinkles. We can do crinkles. Might have to give us some food in a sec. Yes, Esmea, you're also talking about a heavy electric vehicle and a heavy trailer doing 80 miles an hour. It's not cynicism, Brian. I don't forget this is the world that I've moved in for quite a while, for better or for worse. This is what annoys me. What's that? Feminist frequency, Anita Sarkeesian's thing. That's what annoys the piss out of me. When I see people getting very angry about something she said, and I'm like, look, have you not noticed that she's turned comments off on her videos? She's done that, not because she gives a shit about what you say, not because she's going to be hurt, because you have to go somewhere. Thank you, Dora. So you have to go somewhere else to complain. Very, very positive or very, very negative videos tend to get lots of hits. Yeah, but Esmea, it's also fucking your range on any vehicle. Can you imagine getting a Ford F-150, putting I think it was £1,600 trailer on, and then doing 80 miles an hour into it? I can't imagine your fuel efficiency at that point, but it ain't going to be good. So we did a video to purposely prove it wasn't good for long trips. Wow. And he made this video for hits on the internet, you say? Hold on, I've got definitely something wrong here. I mean, in this case, our y is always the same, which is probably that. So that's minus 1. Are you sure it was on purpose? I said it's the towing one was definitely, and all the comments just went. My first thought was, I was like, oh bloody hell, okay, interesting. Wait, how fast are you going? Holy shit, dude! Like, I don't need to watch the video. I know what you're doing. Yeah.
What is min y? Min y is negative y minus 2 divided by 2. Which should be minus 1, but it's not, it's minus 2. Minus 4. I'm not sure about that again. I'll check, that should be minus 1. I'm not confident that's right though. And that's 1 to the outside of the min, the max, the z, and then we stripe along the x and the y and the y. I mean, my main experience, I mean, I've driven up and down the country a lot. And the weirdest one, I think I've said before, is electric bikes. Because you still get people going, oh, but I need to do blah, 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 blah miles. I said, after 100 miles in the saddle, you kind of want to stop. I'd be happy to plug my bike in. I've driven, what did I do on my bike? Let me just check a sec. Yeah, that's the longest route I've done on my bike. But on the way back, I drove from about there to about... I probably did from there to Exeter. Then I stopped. And then I got to about Bristol. Then I stopped. Then to Glock. Then I stopped. Then I stopped. And by this point, I was stopping at every service station and taking my gear off and just wishing that I could stop for longer. And I still see people saying they do the, you know, oh, I do that sort of distance for a, you know, for a weekend. Cars are a little bit different. People do go a very long distance in cars, but again, for a European, the concept of driving 2,000 miles is insane. Furthest I've driven would be would probably have been Birmingham to Enschede. This would be the longest drive I ever did, and that'd be 500 miles. So that was drive to there, wait, sit on the train, wait, stopped in Belgium, stopped at Utrecht. In one go, that boggles my mind. I mean, that was like quite a way. But yeah, Americans do have a very, very different approach to driving long distances to normal people. The weird thing is, with an electric truck, you're actually, because you've got a much bigger area, you can just put more batteries in. It makes it heavier, but does give it more range. Like it's a net bonus to put more batteries in. It's a bit odd that doesn't, we haven't seen trucks first. 0. Alexa, what's the largest island?
The largest island is Greenland, which is 822,702 square miles.
There you go, we're not the biggest.
this isn't working. That should have given us a stripe down there, which it did. Then it should have given, then it's giving us a stripe down there again. More cost is true, but right now I don't believe necessarily that people's main deciding factor, a lot of people, the main deciding factor isn't cost. I've seen the price of cars, it's insane what people pay. But if you could have a car with double the range, suddenly any arguments about it being electric just evaporate. It's odd I've not seen that. But it's like, to be fair, it's the same with phones and tablets and laptops. They are obsessed with telling me how thin and light my laptop is, when what I really care is how long do the batteries last. That's all I care about with a laptop. I'm going to go and deal with the cat. Fix my coat. Back in a sec. Dora, what's wrong? When I re-enter my room, I have to take quick stock of what Dora has knocked on the floor while I wasn't there. Wait, crossover. You're going to have to explain in detail why your phone's in 24 hours of use, because I don't believe you. The largest factor in a phone by far is the screen backlight, followed by the CPU. I don't know of a single phone that can run the screen for 24 hours. I mean, I can probably get 4 hours of screen use, depending on brightness. I can go to, I can not charge my phone for 24 hours, but I wouldn't. Zebra, why don't you just turn it off if it's in a cupboard? I'll tell you what I will do. Let's implicitly... Yeah, there's that red again. Oh. Zebra, time to buy better SD cards, I guess. I know phone manufacturers are moving towards better battery life, but a lot of that's just because they've run out of other things. To advertise. They've all got 3D cameras and RFID and fingerprint scanners and infrared and this and that and this and that and this and that. So now they're going, and you can't make phones any bigger. It's really got to the point where a bigger phone is not feasible. So they're now getting bigger batteries because they've run out of other tech to improve. Dora! Ah, that's a side. I've never heard of turning a phone off that's breaking it. That should have started at 0, 0. Oh no, we can get off this. Okay. So we strap down one side. Inside one is x plus 1, but it's not. It's come back as 0. Oh yeah, but I was suggesting you shut your phone down nicely, not that you just rip the battery out. I would be very upset if my Raspberry Pi does not have a capacitor to shut down nicely. Though it is Linux, and Linux does not like being shut down. Don't know. Primarily, I've used professional IDEs, which in the real world means Dev Studio and very little else. That's what nearly everybody uses, is Dev Studio, is that. I've got the debugger again. Okay.
So currently we're at 3, 9. That's not necessarily correct. So now we're going to be 3. Let's just pop down here. We're now going to be a 3 by 3 by 9 machine. Perfect. Okay, time to start setting up the minimum sizes. So, wait, that's a local. Oh. This seems absolutely pointless, but shouldn't matter. -1, -1, 1, 4. Breakpoint here. So we're at 0, 0. Side index 0. Current side 0. So when we come in to do our round robining, we're at 0, 0. So the results should be at this point a -2, 0, 4. That's fine. Wait, now it's at 0. -2 for x. And when I leave, x is 0. What the hell? Anyone? Oh no! Oh my god, was that in the original? It was. Was that wrong in the bottler? Round Rob. Holy shit, it is as well. Next. Well, probably. Possibly. In this case, it was fine because we called it with YXZ. I called it with XYZ, like a rational human being. Thank you, Dora. Stinkoso, if you're still there, I don't have an exhaustive list of everything to revisit. If I were to do an exhaustive list, it would be 5 years long. So I am doing stuff as and when I feel it becomes a priority. The macerators are awful. What, are they conveyor in, hopper out, or something equally dumb? They can't offload to previous GACs, which I think will still be an issue. Because they were designed visually to... That one, coal enricher, old. Oh, that one then. Crystal coal infuser, coal enricher. Yeah, because they were designed to look like this.
But I don't actually think that will work, will it? I don't think that's actually a valid setup, and they won't offload one to the other. I'm pretty sure. Because these were some of the very first... What happened? These were some of the very, very first machines we did. And I was like, you know what? That's really cool, but I've done 2 machines like this, and I have just duplicated an awful lot of code. If only there was a way at which they will offload to each other. Are you sure? Oh no, they are generic AutoCrafters. No, macerator. Sorry. I got confused because they look a bit similar. Yeah, it's the macerator that's complete and total nonsense. Macerator is weird. Yeah, that will work, ignore me. It's just because it's virtually the same graphic. I mean, don't ignore me, that's mean, but... Ignore everything I said for the last minute. Apart from this. Listen to this. Everything previous, ignore. Well, it's still not finding any, but let's see whether or not my sweep looks better. So, -2, -4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, down to 0. No. Side 1. Okay, that's fine. Then we should do 2 short. The problem with the macerator is it's hopper in and conveyor out, or vice versa. It's just nonsense. It was just written very differently. And then we do side 2, side 3, and then we should be done. No, that's not right. And then side 4. That's the output. Okay. We should go 0, 0 for 8, 1 for 8, then 2. I've got a number out somewhere. And to be honest, the macerators, I'll probably turn them into a black hole. It's possible to make a profit on macerators by feeding them basic conveyors. I've seen bases that never bother to build any infrastructure. They just make basic conveyors and they get all their resources from that. I think, yeah, but you can't, well, I guess with a thingy. No, I don't care if you do it. It's hilarious. But these people had a more of basic conveyor crafters. Maybe 200 meters across, all going into maceration and then sorting. It was amazing. But it was definitely one of those, dude, I think it's just easier to play the game properly. I've never bothered to patch an inploit. I just laugh at people who goes, I found an exploit. If you do this, and this, it's only 4 times slower than doing it properly. Right, well, no. Yeah, these guys went full on hardcore basic conveyors into macerators to get all of the resources they wanted. And he's like, you're not going to nerf it. I'm like, dude, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed with what you've done. I don't know why you did it, but I'm genuinely very impressed. Why did you do it? Right.
I'm so glad that once I get this code right, this will do me for every single multi-block crafting machine in the whole of FortressCraft forever. Oh, and hold on. Current side index equals the offset plus the minimum. Current side index equals the global plus the minimum. Why is that not starting at -1? When we hit side 2, maybe the max len is... Let's put a breakpoint in here. It's one of those, my brain's just hurting too much trying to work it out. I've also got the debugger to tell me what's going on. Zebra, it's also very easy to remacerate any copper that comes out to make more basic conveyors. Unless you have a quarry, it's very hard to automate pace. Oh, I guess unless you hook up your ore extractor to copper. Okay, so we're coming in here at 0, 0. That's fine. Side index 3, 4, and I think we'll go up to 8, 7, 8. So in this case, we're here. The maximum length is 9. We're at 9 and 9, so our current side index resets back to 0, doink, and our current side goes to 1, which is the opposite side, and that's fine. So again, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9. Okay, so now we're in side 2. So side 2 is where we stripe along the X. So in this case, current side index is 0. Wait, what? What? -1? I think I've... Oh. That's okay. We're not. That was just a bit of debug code. That I will do though. Static raw checking FCM. Checking FCM equals true. Oops, equals true. That might be what it was. I was just overwriting it. I would have been overwriting with every single block I placed. Every block I placed. Do, 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 do. Spheric, are you a fan of Kernigan and Ritchie's layout?
Well, that didn't work in... I think you're trying to say... You do if true. You do that. Thank you, Dev Studio. You mean you do that? So you do the top one. Do you know why you should... First of all, do you know why that brace style exists and what it's called? Fun story, boys and girls. And do you know why no one uses it in commercial environments? Indie devs, fine. Do it like. Hobbyists, do it like. If I came across a commercial environment that did that, I would leave. So Spheric, talk to me, man. Are you a professional programmer? What language do you program in? If so, what sort of things do you write? You tell us that. I will go and see if I fix our machine. I shouldn't be telling anyone to program because I got an X, Y, and a Z mixed up earlier. There's an interesting story behind this. Right, that doesn't answer the question as to why. Why that one? What is the advantage of it? It does have one advantage. And I know exactly why it's in Java, and I know exactly why people use it. But do you? It's really working. There's a number of questions crossover. What is that brace style called? Why is it used? Why does it exist? And why shouldn't you use it? Oh God. I know why you do it, Spheric. You do it because that's what you were taught. Is that correct? That's how you were taught to do it in a university or college or school environment. If a company is using that, they need to be taken outside and shot. I'll tell you why you don't use it, while you continue to talk to us. Now, see, none of you know. I know. So therefore I have made an informed decision about which ones to use. You guys haven't. Right. Here becomes your issue. I might write a function that long and then one this long. Now Dev Studio is trying to help me. You can very quickly end up not being able to work out what's inside a brace and what's not. That's the reason not to. The rule of thumb is you should only have white space between braces. So you've got a situation, I can't really give you a good example because I tend to write code neatly. The reason that brace line code exists, I'm trying to think how to break it. Is it when you do that one and then you finish that, and then you've got another one, but this one's long. I can't remember. You need to put code in the middle. If you've only got white space between them, you can easily tell if a piece of code is in an indent. Otherwise, you have the issue that glancing at the code. So if it is your code and you are well rested, it's absolutely fine to write it like this.
If it is somebody else's code and you start to look at this, it becomes quite tricky quite quickly to work out which indentation something is. I think I've actually got the wrong number of braces there. That's it. Here we go. I've got the wrong number of braces here. Now if I do it in this style, I'll try and be fair. I've actually managed to accidentally recreate it. At no point is it possible to not work out where the braces are. In, out. Here, I think it's, to be fair, Des just trying to help me. I think it's that one that's missing, but I'm not spot. I guess maybe they go back. I'm approaching this with 30 plus years of doing it. Spheric, you're not answering me. So, if it is your code, do what you like. If it is somebody else's code, you very much need to be able to read their code at 3 o'clock in the morning. When it's all gone wrong on the production environment, you need to accurately and quickly and accurately read a piece of code you have never seen before, understand what it does, understand the issue, and fix it. That is more important than anything else in programming. You must be able to fix somebody else's code at 3 o'clock in the morning when your company is in deep shit. If you do not get it right, your company will lose $100 million. That's really important. This brace style is the correct brace style. This brace style is called the Kerrigan and Ritchie brace style. Now, what you may have noticed, if true, the difference between that and this is over enough bits of code, you will save lines. You will have a shorter program. The reason it exists, it was developed by a pair of C programmers called Kerrigan and Ritchie, and that's the brace style they developed. And they wrote quite a lot of books about implementing C, and they are some of the sort of de facto fathers of C, and they taught many people how to write C. So many of the lecturers out there were taught by Kerrigan and Ritchie books. Many years later, it was asked, it was at a conference, it's on YouTube, it's fucking brilliant. Asked at a conference, why did you use this brace style? And they're like, well, what do you mean? Well, yeah, people use the Kerrigan-Ritchie brace style. How did you come up with that? And they went, you're using that? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it was in your book. They're like, you were never supposed to use it. I'm like, what do you mean? Well, we invented this brace style for one reason. It's a book. If we can make our code shorter, the book takes up less pages, and the book is cheaper to produce. It's not an understandable brace style. Unfortunately, it is massively ingrained now. And I see people argue for this brace code tooth and nail. This brace style does take up more room. That's its only disadvantage. Under all circumstances, between braces is white space. Always. So you've got the issue here. DevStudio is trying to help me, but I would struggle quite hard to find the brace that might go with something else. Even more so if it's off screen. If it's off screen here, I can just keep my mouse cursor still and scroll up to find it. But that's why it exists. It's not because it's a good code style. It's not because it's more understandable. It's because it takes up less room in a book. Unfortunately, that's what people get taught. Because that's what they got taught. Because that's what they got taught. And that's really not a good way of doing things. My code doesn't work. So maybe you shouldn't be listening to me. But yeah, we actually had a Criterion. We revisited our coding standards a number of times, and that was definitely one of the discussions, which was
Cardigan and Ritchie or One True Brace style. The only argument for the Cardigan and Ritchie, as I said, is if you print it out, and at this point we raise our hand when, if we print our code out, now don't get me wrong, if you are a young'un and you've never had the joy, the sheer orgasmic joy of printing out some code and then reviewing it with someone with a red pen. Wrong, change that, move that here. Oh, it's great. But, and when was this? 2004, I think it was? Fundamentally, the concept of printing out code. And we were like, no, who does that? No one does that. No one prints out code. But if you're not printing the code out, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever to use the Cardigan and Ritchie style. It has no advantages at all. Certainly not code readability advantages. I have seen numerous people attempt to argue this one, but I have never come across a professional outfit that uses K&R. I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. They just simply talking with an ePerma going, why does this brace style exist? What are its advantages? And if you came back with, that's what I was taught, I'd be like, right, okay. No. I'm finding somewhere else to work at this point. Absolutely no. What am I printing on 3D printer? I am printing some visual stuff for the arcade. So hopefully you all know that I help out at the local arcade. Like there's a lot. I help maintain and refurbish arcade machines at the world's second largest arcade. See, that sounds much more impressive than the local arcade. I will be producing functional 3D prints to help resolve repairing some of the older machines. And to that end, I need to have some skills. I started 3D printing all of about 2 weeks ago. So I have quite a lot to learn. But what am I printing? Well, specifically, I'm printing the second piece to a bob. I can show you my finished bob, and I can show you my very slightly finished bob. So there's my bub. And bub is cool. We like bub. But I'm printing out a bob as well. And when that's done, I'll be printing out a glow in the dark, probably a bub. So yeah, that's the next piece. That's that piece there. So yeah, little bub, great big bob, and then I need to print out a big bub as well, and yeah, all sorts. I've also been printing out a spider bot. So we have a number of different feet for spider bot here. Oh, leave it alone, Dora, you terrible cat. Yeah, right to you. So I've also been printing out a spider bot. I hope you follow me on my journey for printing out spider bot, because there is at least a small chance I have chosen badly. I believe when Spiderbot is complete, he will be, what was it, 30 centimetres across and 40 centimetres high, or the other way around, weighing about 1.5 kilos. So we shall see. But I haven't got that far yet. I've printed out 6 of the feet. So Spheric, as I said, it's not that it necessarily applies to the games industry. It's just that your company might be worth $500 million. Pounds. It may also be that your company is trying to clinch a deal. It may be that your company has a service or a product, a digital one, that is live. It may be that there is an issue. It's 3 a.m. Everybody gets out of bed in 3 hours and starts to use your product. Your company will lose $200 million in value overnight. that point, there is nothing more important than code that is easily understandable. That is the most important thing, more than anything else, more than anything. There's nothing more important. I can't think of anything that's more important. That is why readability is king when it comes to writing code. Understandability. So I'll give you another example. Right here, there's one there. Why did I write that? So I'll give you an example. Int foo equals 4 times 3 divided by 2 plus 6. Now now you have to get this right in a glance. You can't sit there and analyze every bit of code. It's 3 hours. You have to have this bug fixed in 3 hours. Have I fucked that line of code up? Have I got the operator precedence right? What is the operator precedence? Is it left to right in this language? Is it BODMAS? I would always write 4 times 3 divided by 4 plus 6. Now it doesn't matter if it is a commutative expression or not. It doesn't. I have seen lines of code with 20 operators down. I am not looking at that and hoping that you, whoever wrote that line of code, was clever enough to get commutation right. It doesn't matter because you might have got it wrong and thought you got it right. Because commutative stuff, it doesn't matter which order you do it in. Some stuff is commutative, some isn't. I cannot look at that code with any certainty and say for a fact what the result is. BODMAS says it will be 4 times 3 divided by 4 plus 6. But I might have meant 12 divided by 4 plus 6. I might have meant 12 divided by 4 plus 6. Now, 12 divided by 4 is 3, plus 6 is 9. 12 divided by 4 plus 6 is 1.2. Those are very, very, very different answers. The point here is not which one it does, which one did the author mean? And when it's 3 a.m. and the guy who wrote it was killed in a tragic crocodile accident, you need to ascertain what his intent was, then you need to ascertain if his intent was correct. And that's the problem with this, with doing it not in an understandable way. So I've done that out of pure habit. There's no point at all. I can't get it wrong. The point is you always, always, always put in braces so the... Hey, Stinkers, we're going to use that word again, man. So the function is explicit, not implicit. Now, there is only one answer to that, and honestly, I don't know what that is. Genuinely don't. No. I genuinely don't know if they would give the same answer, like, realistically. It might have also been that I actually meant to do this. And it was actually, at the Criterion Coding Channel, so I actually brought it up, because someone wrote this, honestly, it was like foo equals x times 5 divided by 3 to the power of 2 plus z times 9 divided by q to the power of 2 multiplied by x times x times x. Now, the guy who wrote that line of code was much cleverer than me. Much, much, much cleverer than me. And I assume he got it right. The problem was, I was not as clever as this man. So when I came to this line of code, I went, I don't know what you're trying to do. I don't know what number to expect at this calculation. So at 3 a.m, when he's been... Yes, Dora. Yes. Well, at 3 a.m. and he's been killed by a crocodile, and I've got to fix his code, I can't trust that he got it right. In this case, Tom was super clever. I assumed Tom got it right, but I didn't know that Tom got it right. So you must always be explicit. What's the phrase? Always assume that the person reviewing your code is an axe-wielding homicidal maniac, and furthermore, assume that person is you. I think that was the phrase used, which I quite like. I do very try, honestly, not to be stuck in my ways when it comes to programming. It's just that generally speaking, I see a lot of new code techniques that are like third generation. Oh, they did that So therefore we'll do this, so therefore we do this. And a lot of the time, my main worry, because I mostly work alone, is performance. To me, performance is extremely important. But understanding code I wrote 6 months ago is also important. And sometimes understanding code I wrote now is good. Yeah, so we go up to 8. That's 9 zeros. We've got 3 2s. That actually looks good. And we're going all the way down. Dora, stop touching my mouse. Stop eating that. No, brought to you. And the next time I'm feeling flush, I will buy a second webcam so we can have cat and 3D printing camera. Okay, so we're at -2 between, and then down the other side -4. Yes, 4. Good. And then 2 -4 to 4. Yeah. And then it's the ends. -1 0 1 at 5. Yeah. -1 0 at 5. That actually looks spot on. That looks good. So, me. Now I added this line of code in, and I'm not 100% sure it's right. No, stop putting your face on my keyboard. Don't put your face on the plus key. Yeah, the thing is, Sarah, the reason it's common in Java is because those people grew up learning Kernighan and Ritchie. Kernighan and Ritchie was late 80s, something like that. So it's become a problem, essentially. If there were advantages to the brace style, it would be used for good reasons. But because I got taught it at college is not a good reason to do anything. Schoolbooks obviously use the style because, as I said, it's a style designed for paper. And if you're printing code out, K&R is excellent. If you aren't printing code out, less so. Are you going to get off my mouse, my little floof? Okay. Well, that's the thing, I wasn't taught formal programming. Certainly not in any of these languages. So I essentially learned from a couple of very, very clever gentlemen called Chris Caulfield and Baylor Knight, who taught me so much. The important thing is, if whatever you do in life, Derek, and everyone, you have to be able to justify why you do it. You don't just do it because that's what I was taught. That's what my parents do. Why have you voted for the Green Party? Because my parents did. No. Make your own decision. Why are you a Christian and not a Muslim? My parents were. If you're going to be religious, at least look at all the religions. Don't just do what your parents do. Always you should be able to justify everything you do in your life. So what brace style you use is down to you or your company. Your company should be able to justify it more than that's what everyone does. That's not a valid reason to do anything. There's a story about monkeys and things. And a hose pipe. Can you still hear her making chirpy noises, by the way? She's just... yeah, she's kind of just curled up around my mouse. I need my mouse back. I do. I'm sorry. I know this is... oh, my sweet angel. Oh, we found conveyor. Cool. We've actually found a conveyor. XYZ, 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 XYZ. More importantly than braces, I really wish compilers will go, hey, you've got X plus X and Y plus Y, but you've put Z plus X. Are you sure? I'm just checking X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. Oh yeah, it's a widely used standard. It's just not a good one. It is widely used in Java. I know it's less widely used in C, C++, C# these days because of the aforementioned ease of understanding. I'm going to have to do Dora's claws. She doesn't like when I do her claws. Oh, you're so cute. Snip. Snip. Lamp claws for you. Fun fact, when you get your kitty cat, and I'm sure you've all got kitty cats, when you get your kitty cat scratching post and they blunt their claws on it, they are not blunting their claws, but they are sharpening them. Good girl. That was a very good girl. She let me do 8 of her claws without any problems. What a good girl you are. Let me rub your belly. Yes. Yes. Can I have my mouse back? No. I don't think you can see my mouse cursor moving. That's not me. She's just sort of wrapped around it and kicking it. Can I just... No. I've had her like this a few times. I said it's definitely her coming into heat. She's nuzzling against my arm and just chirruping. I'd like to think it's because she loves me, but I don't think she does love me like that. No. No! Work to you. Stop smacking your head on things. Okay, so is it just that the conveyor is facing the wrong way? Dot is 5. And input is... Okay, so we're at... Great. 60, 90, 83. We only have one conveyor. It's got a dot of 5? Wait, LV... Alright, hang on. 5? Oh, shit. The concept of a conveyor facing towards us might need to change. Because it's not facing towards us. Because we are the music makers. Now, we are the center block. It might be I need to flip the dot check round. In which case, hold on. So are we still getting a hopper? Yes. Now what's its dot product? -5. Input is false. Ah, it still says 0 attached conveyors, but it is finding one. Might help if I
I mean, I'll invert the dot check, but I'm... The problem is, in this case, so if my machine looks like this, and I have a conveyor here, and I have so the dot product here is going to be the normalized length. That's fine. Here, the dot product will be that, and here it will be that, and here it will be that. Here it will be that. So I'm not sure. Only one way to find out. But there's two ways. There's the way I do it, which is I'm just going to give it a bash and see what happens. And then there's the correct way, which is sit down and work out the maths. But we are getting there. We are making progress. It's been a good day. I suspect I'm not going to get this done today. If I get it done for Friday, I should then be able to allow a special hopper that you put things into, and you get your research tokens out. Yeah, so it's now detected one conveyor facing towards it. And this is input conveyor. So that's cool. That's a good start. And now it will detect 2, and now it will detect 1. And now it will detect, yeah, so that doesn't count. Oh, it does, there it goes. 3. How about now? Yeah, I was right, still 3. 6, 6. Wait, is that one counting? No. That does count. That surprises me. I'm going to have to think about that one. Because the issue is, I need to pass... hold on. It's the relative x. So, vector 3 LVTT. This is not the conveyor's... Oh, no. So it's not the conveyor's location to the center. It's the conveyor's location to the closest external block. Oh, God, that's not a... That's not a fun bit of maths. Now I could... okay, I think what I can do then is in x clamp equals x equals math dot clamp math dot clamp. So the conveyor's location sits outside of the object. Guaranteed, it must do. It has to sit outside of that. If I clamp that to what's min x? Well, the thing is, Zebra, when I was at college, I was not taught the let's see what happens approach. I was taught the sit down and work it out approach. And the argument was because it takes so long to compile. Now, that didn't work because we just got 486s. It didn't take very long to compile. But my teacher was from an era where it might take 45 minutes to compile. My other teachers was from an era of punched cards. And I'm like, yeah, this does not really apply here. I think it's the min X. Dora, get your feet off the keyboard. So we know the location of the. Let me just draw this because I'm gonna. So if we've got this our setup here, valid locations are 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if I clamp those, that becomes there, that becomes there, that becomes there. Yeah, that should work. I don't see. I mean, it's possible. I'm actually printing way too fast. My print speed is 60 millimeters per second. My infill speed I've reduced to 45. My wall speed is 30. Inner wall speed 60. Support speed 60. Initial layer 25. I've seen some of the fast ones. I mean, mine's not fast. Like fast ones, 150 plus. Mine's a third of that. I am going to be back in just a moment, though. Yeah, you can watch it bigger. Back in a sec. Yes, it is a 0.4mm nozzle. After the conversation with Devtron, I think it was yesterday, he reckons you'll get through one nozzle per 5 kilos filament. So I have in my basket 20 stainless steel nozzles, which will cost me £8. Monsieur Stamp, I do not believe you're still there, but Mrs. Stamp earlier, where's it gone? Where was his? Did a post which amused me. Ah, here we go. So we're talking about stuff more powerful than what stuff used to be. It's a stock checking gun running Windows CE, and someone's ported Doom to it. It's like, nice. Doom 2 no less. That's awesome. And ridiculous that these machines are so powerful, relatively speaking. How's it work to release a game and update? You upload the files. Yeah. I mean, you need to set up a load of stuff. You need to set up the store page and this and that and this and that. But pretty much upload the files and that's it. I'm not 100% sure this is going to work, by the way. And if it doesn't, I'm also not very sure what the solution is. I do. And for those of you who are more mathematically inclined than me, please know I failed my maths at school. It's called separating axis theorem. And I don't really want to have to do SAT on this. But I'm hoping this works. I think it might. I also think I could probably just pass in the vector. Oh well. Oh, sorry. I forgot I made that big. Thank you so much. I have an entire monitor dedicated to watching the stream back. You'd think I'd notice. Alright, let's back up at the chat. Okay. The nozzle can scrap... yeah, but... Doesn't matter. My point is, I've just bought 20 for £8. So, Dan, that is not a question I can answer because you've asked the wrong question. FortressCraft 2 will release on the 8th of April 2021. No ifs, no buts, that is the date it will release on. That is the day, well, not there, finished programming, I'm probably patching it, but it will be released on that date, guaranteed. No matter what. No matter if it's broke, well, won't be broken. How good the project is at that point, how quote unquote complete it is, depends on everything that happens between now and April 2021. April 2021 is the 10th anniversary of FortressCraft.
That is why I'm releasing on that day, on the 10th anniversary. Now, I have not decided exactly what the plan is. There is a possibility that we will release into early access on the 8th of April. There is a possibility we will release out of early access on the 8th of April. There is a chance we will do a full release with no early access on the 8th of April. I do not know. I wish I could do an early access release, but early access does not work. Absolutely does not work. I'll give you an example from one of my other games. Why doesn't early access work? If you have a super popular early access game, great. This game does not have good reviews, right? This guy left a negative review 3 months ago. He updated it once on 16 November. The game has no exit option. It now does. This review is no longer accurate, but he hasn't updated it. That doesn't apply. His other bits are just bizarre, like abusive comments. But the point is that he has written a review that no longer applies. It may have applied on the 14th of November. It does not apply now. What's his point? We bought the characters, yeah, because anyway, that's the problem with early access, is it doesn't work. And it works if you get 10,000 reviews a day. And I will ask you so much, guys, if you have bought Nomancer, please write a review for it, please. We are gagging for a rating. No one will buy a game without a rating. Please buy it. Buy it, rate it up, return it. I don't care. Please, we really could do with a rating. Please mark up the positive reviews if you agree with them. Please, I really need them so much. Oh, that seemed to work. Apart from that, I got the direction wrong. Oh shit. I really need those ratings. I gave out a bunch of keys for people to do that, and then Valve have quietly changed it so that no longer applies. Thanks, Valve. Well, no, not exactly. I mean, I don't do the graphics, so no. We is a force of habit from working in the industry, though, really, more than anything else. But yeah, it's just me programming. But Andy, don't know if he's here. Andy does all of our three-dimensional art. Man, I thought I fixed that. Anyway. Andy does all of our 3D art. Todd does all of our 2D art. I do all the programming. But I switch between I and we. We is Projector Games. I is Adam. So, yeah. The name they give us Nomancer. I honestly don't mind if you don't like it and you return it. Honestly, I don't. But we have sat at 7 user reviews now for about 3 months. Part of it is that the current reviews need more thumbs up. They really need more thumbs up. And because they don't have enough thumbs up, they don't count. So because they don't count, you've got the issue that you can't English because they don't count. They don't count. No matter the reviews exist, but they don't count because they are what's the word? They don't have enough thumbs up. The free ones, the ones I gave keys out for, don't count either. And it's really annoying. Like Valve are obsessed. We've sold a couple of hundred copies of the game now. Oh yeah, and I can't review it on my other account because I haven't bought enough games yet. Why can't you review it? If it was a free key, your review doesn't count. I do not know if it's a free key if your thumbs up, thumbs down counts. That's correct. They need us. Excuse me. They need a certain amount of thumbs up before they count, or a ratio of thumbs up to thumbs down. That's not quite working, is it? Yeah, I rate the reviews, but I noticed that thing seems to get reset. X, Y, Z. See, in this case, the VTT should always be length 1. I think that's my issue. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's weird. That was working quite well, considering I was subtracting a small number from a very, very, very big number. And then that is plus MNX, yeah. So I was subtracting like 3 from about 4 billion, which is about where your offset is. Probably doesn't make any difference at all. There we go. We found a lot of issues with the Steam review system. It works great if you're a big game that is selling lots of copies that people are very enthusiastic about. If you're kind of in the middle, no, not so much. So, yeah, I mean, Zebra, I don't want to be mean about your prints. I really don't. But that looks shit. And I don't know why. My one looks way better than that. And I don't know why. So, I'll try and show you a print I did last night if I get it to focus. So I did the TARDIS last night. But look at my layer lines. Can't focus. Look at my layer lines compared to yours. That's... Oh, let me measure that across there. Yeah, so across the top, across there, that's 4 centimeters. But look at the quality of my one to yours. Why is your one so bad? Like, what can we do to make your better? I'll focus. Don't be wrong, it's not perfect, like if I show you under there. It's not perfect, but my layer lines are so much better than yours. So what? So the diameter is about the same size as what I just showed you, Triple. It's about 4 centimeters. But why is it so bad, Zebra? I don't understand. Like, what? Yeah, what's your layer height? Just out of curiosity, because you said that took like whatever it's 4 hours to complete. That's horrible, and I don't know why. Now those steps there, that looks like juddering. He's not here, he's not listening, you watch. I wonder if you maybe have issues with belts. That I have been paying attention, guys. I love anything I do in life I try and be really good at. I'm a fantastic lover, ladies. That does not look like you're necessarily printing hot enough because they're a bit separated. I don't want to have a go at you and say, that's crap. I want to help you make that better. Oh my god, 0.3. Okay, wow. Okay, I've never printed at 0.3. The lowest I've gone is 0.2. But yeah, 0.2 is probably... Oh, okay, what's the rule of thumb? If it's a 0.4 nozzle, you should go between 0.4 and... There's a rule of thumb. It's to do with your nozzle size to your layer height. You can't go massively out. So I think your layer height has just... Yeah. How long did that take to print, by the way? Just out of curiosity. And can you just send me the file? I'm curious what my estimate is. If I was to print that exact same thing at the same size, how long I would print? Because you were saying it's quite a lot of... quite a lot. Just PM me the STL. I'll pop it on there and have just have a quick look. Okay, 0 conveyors. That's a good start. I don't know, Spheric. It's been out 18 months. Well, Zebra, chuck me the STL file. Tell me how long it took you to print it. Oh, 0. That's good. Still good. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, 9. 12. And make sure that is now 9 again. 9. 9. 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19, 20, 21, right. Uh, 12. Okay, 30. Okay, I that seems about right. I honestly though, I always print a 0.2 overnight. The TARDIS you saw was 0.1. I don't see a lot of difference. It does help, but yeah, a 0.1 will take you an hour and a half. It's almost literally. Oh, I think I know what that's going to be. But totally, in your print, totally, that should be transparent. Just fill the inside. Or print it in transparent plastic and paint these bits so you get the nice glow through. Yeah, so if it's 30 minutes, then that I would give you. That seems to make about sense. I think mine would probably be about that. Index out of range. Update attached grid. I'm not. That's what I would have. Not quite what I expected. Yeah. Next. Cool. Awesome. That works really well. I'm going to commit in case it all breaks. What is the time? It's 7:30. I need to eat some point. Oh wow. Let's have a quick subject change a sec because there's something fascinating just put to my feed. Have you guys come across neural network AI upscaling? It's something I've been very interested in because you can use it in old games. So I play Dungeon Siege. I love Dungeon Siege, and Dungeon Siege had 64 pixel by 64 pixel textures, and people have used the AI upscaler to do it. It's there, Zebra. It's there. Playback speed 1.25%, which will make me sound like a chipmunk, but it should work. I think my doorbell just went to. Was my doorbell. It's nothing like getting delivered a litre of acetone. Yeah, so Zebra, just click on playback speed 1.25. So, as I was saying, if you've not come across AI upscaling, it's very, very, very impressive technique. It means that you can infer from a low detail image what the yes, acetone. Let's not puncture it. Highly flammable, irritating the skin. Only use well ventilated. Do not empty into drains. Take precautionary measures against static discharges. That part I wasn't aware of. So AI upscaling takes the original source image and works out what the original image would have been to work like. Oh god, that's loud. So this is a extremely famous piece of footage from late 1800s. This is about as good a quality as it gets. I hope you can see that. I think you can. Yeah. So you can see the quality there. And apparently this guy, and I've not watched this yet, so I'll watch it with you guys. This guy has upscaled it to 4K 60 using a neural network, which is just bananas. But he's done it not frame by frame. He's done it by running it essentially through a filter. So this is a wow. Look at that. You can see like the pulse and wobble of the original. That's incredibly good. That just looks weirdly modern. I mean, it's still not perfect. You can see this guy's face. But if we look at this little girl, like that's a little horrifying. We'll go back to the original one in a second and we'll just see what that little girl's face actually is. It looks real, as in like I'm going to a Ren fair. Like, it doesn't look real as in real. It looks real as in it's a bunch of modern actors in front of stuff. That's yeah. So let's go back to the original. Let's look at that little girl, because it struggled to get that little girl's face. Jesus Christ, look at it. There's nothing there. And it's all done over a number of frames. If that face gets close, it can work out what the face is up close. That is unbelievable. But so that guy there, you can see this guy here, he's turning around and looking at the camera. But I can't see he has a moustache or anything. And then, yes, thank you. And there's the other. And then, where's it? Returns, looks at the camera. And it's got a very odd, overly crisp look to it. Yes, thank you. Where's that guy? Yeah, there he is. See, look, you can see him actually trying to look at the camera. That's mind-boggling. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than the original. So if you could, obviously, take a medium quality image. Yeah, I'd like to see some more of this, because Babylon 5 has a similar issue, that they weren't done at a very good quality. I assume somewhat. I'd like to see that done, because Star Trek is on YouTube, and there's been some issues because they can't do a. Let me get this right now. They can't do a 69 version because the film crew were there. So they can't do a 69 version because they literally have the 69 plates, but there are people standing there. But probably you could get an AI to infer, because it knows what the Bridge of the Enterprise looks like. It could infer what should be in the frame. Very impressive. I haven't watched Stargate since the early days. Cool. So, conveyors are now done. Let me warm up my hot end. Oh yeah. Oh, apparently I can't click on. Yeah, my bed takes quite a while to warm up because I need to get. I'm getting it to 80 degrees. Probably too much. But I like adhesion. I'm not too worried about elephant's foot because I have a file. If you give me just a sec though, let's see if I can. So that bit goes there. Is that camera? That goes there. And then This is almost definitely going to need some filing before it works though. But hopefully you'll get an idea. If you're not a fan of Bubble Bubble, you've just quite frankly missed out. And then this goes somewhere. Just goes Dora, leave it alone. Dora, that's not leaving it alone, that's playing with it. That goes there, maybe. And then that goes there. Obviously, yeah, may have worked out. I haven't got all the bits yet. The next bit I think I'm printing is the middle. That bit goes there. That bit will go there. Or on the floor, one of the two. You kind of get the idea. It's so big. Oh yeah, I've got the arm. The arm is what holds. The arm goes in there. And that goes on the floor apparently. That all starts to come together there. That's really awesome. That looks so cool. Again, I don't know if it really comes across on the camera, but it's big. I mean, there's the little one I printed. But that looks really cool. So next bit, well, wherever the next bit is. And then once this one's done, I need to print another one out in glow in the dark. So at the arcade, we've got the VR room, which is something I've helped decorate. And it's all glow in the dark, it's all UV and fluorescent and stuff. This I'm just going to double check that this piece I'm about to print, A, does not need supports, does not seem to. B, very importantly, I haven't already printed it. I have printed it in green, that's fine. I have not printed this in blue. Going to double check, definitely not. Excellent. Let's go. I'm a huge bubble fan, so I'm super excited. And the best thing is, it's tap I'm printing out, and the tap goes to the arcade, so even better. Before FortressCraft, I was famous for Burnout. For Burnout, I was famous for writing a remix of Bubble Bobble. Write that on my gravestone. Okie dokie. So, that doesn't work yet. But that's pretty much the same thing. Update attached toppers. Okay, we have a next topper. Why are we incrementing that somewhere stupid? Yeah, what the hell? Is that in the original code? I don't know. Okay. Pardon me. And then only attach toppers I equals null, and then we do the segment stuff. Now, do we need the dot product? No, we don't. That's good.
Is that a quick check? Yes, it is. That's a quick check. Why isn't there a DLC banner for Frozen Factory Plus Adventure Pack without skin packs? Dude, it's cheap enough, isn't it? What's it called? The Full Brain Pack or something? Honestly, because it's not down to me really. You're getting 10 quid off already. Think of it as you're buying it at full price and getting all the cool skins. If you're playing multiplayer, the skins are awesome. I have done my absolute best. Can't believe Stardew Valley is so cheap. This is what I mean, by the way, about the reviews don't work. So Steam is recommending to me other games. 32,000 reviews. 170,000 reviews. 300,000 reviews. I can't even get 7. So that's part of the issue. The silly thing is, I mean, you see something like Ark. Ark has got 200,000 reviews. So at one point, that game had 10,000 reviews. And someone goes, you know what? They need to know my opinion on this. Terraria has more. At some point, Terraria had 250,000 views. And someone went, you know what? Hey, my opinion on this. And that just boggles my mind. You go, it's had 100,000 views, I'm going to write a review. Why would you do that? And yet I can't even get 7. So, pretty please, if you can, please buy Nomancer, write a positive review, thumbs up the other positive reviews, and if you want to return it at that point, I won't judge you. You might not like the game, but I am desperate to get a rating, even if it's somewhat positive, mostly positive. We don't have a rating right now, and it really, really hurts us. So, if you could, that would be brilliant. I'm trying to work out. Actually, what else has that? Thank you, Dan. Have you done anything? Have you done anything cool? I'm glad you like it. Yes, Yasmin, I'm currently working on FortressCraft 2. I am implementing a very important but not very exciting machine. I also have a question, and this is mostly for people who work on the game, have worked on it. Should GAX directly access all... I'll put it in the chat. Should MB GAX directly access all storage machine interfaces, or just hoppers plus conveyors? I.e., should a GAC be able to directly interface with freight, item injectors, laboratories, things like that, or not? I don't know the answer to that one. What? Wait, is this the slowest website in the world? That's really good. I can tell a bit more when it's that big, but from here, I thought that was modelled. Like, I thought that was like done in plasticine or something. Like that was real. Like here, a bit less so. It's a bit too clean and a bit too perfect. But when it's small, I really can't tell. That's really good. I wish I had more budget on Nomancer. I would happily get you to help out. Oh, I like the I like that. Oh, that's seaweed. That's really cool. And it's yeah, oh, that's really good. That's really good. That shit. I hate that. And I like your polycount. Polycount. Is it boobs? Show me the boobs. Wait, that's why is that mature? There are no boobs. You lied to me. Wait, he has a brain beard. Oh, I see. There's a man shotting his way upwards, and I don't even know what's going on there. Yeah, I really like those swords. The problem I have at the minute, unfortunately, is that Nomancer has not sold very well. So I'm relying on obviously very cheap Unity Store assets. But Dan, certainly that's really good. That's genuine. I really like your design for the sword. I really do like the the seaweed and the starfish wrapped around and stuff. That's cool. Full marks. 10 out of 10. I've got your art station written down now, so in case things come up, I'll be like, hey, I know a guy who can do swords. The plan for Nomancer is to do a whole bunch of weapons, but the problem is, really, I can just go. There you go, that'll do. 5 stars, €4. Loads of knives. That's the problem. I would love to get you, seriously, I would genuinely love to get you on board to do all our weapons. The budget is not there. Not when I can buy all those weapons for €4. But if things change, I'll keep you in mind. Totes. How do Steam achievements work? I use what do I use? I use a piece of middleware called, it'll come to me, steamworks.net, and almost literally you just call unlock this, done. So yeah, pretty much I just say unlock achievement. Right, so I'm going to leave it as okay. Comment this line out to allow GMBAC's Gumbacks to access. But it should be MultiBlock. That's a generic MultiBlock AutoCrafter. Yeah, not really good stuff, Dan. Really good.
Why am I counting up the number of invalid? Oh, okay. Right, Zebra, if you're watching, that's still this is still the first layer. So this is 25 millimeters a second, I think. Yes, that's at 25 millimeters per second, what you're watching right now. To sort of compare. So you can see the fan's not going with the fireball I drew on it. So, but I need to spend an hour. I need to pop the rods out. I need to put the stabilizers in. I need to put new bearings in. And there you go. And now we're up to 60. Well, is it theoretically 60? Apparently, it's generally not very likely your printer actually will hit that. Again, I'm not the expert. It just shocks me that Cura is so appallingly bad. By this point, so we've been printing for about 12 minutes. By this point, it should have a really good idea that my printer is nowhere near achieving what it thinks it should be achieving. So, therefore, perhaps it should re-evaluate its estimates. But it doesn't. It just goes, no, my estimates are right. I like that this is just debug text, don't worry. It doesn't need to be translated. At some point I will put the walls in. Well, Spheric, if that's the case, you've missed out on loads of cool stuff. Okay. Oh. Alright, 23 attached conveyors, yeah. Let's see if it crashes again. Shouldn't do. We're doing 24 attached conveyors. Cool. 21 attached conveyors. Also cool. Incidentally though, if I put one here, so what we got? 18, 18. That doesn't count. They have to be attached to the bottom. One invalid hopper. Oh, that's interesting. One invalid hopper. One invalid hopper. Okay, why are you invalid hopper? Is it because you don't have anything in you? Or empty hoppers, right, there we go. Cool. So if I put... right, that's invalid in the sense of it doesn't have the material that we want. So it's pointless, hopper. It doesn't. I don't think, though, I've actually written any code to detect objects yet. Did I not?
So let's have a quick poke here. That's good. Okay, so our recipe bears a word I couldn't spell far out. FortressCraft recipe recipe or recipe for. So our recipe can be automated. That's cool. Its crafted name is Big Ass Titties. Its description is first of a MultiBlock gap. That's fine. It spits out a copper bar from a crafted amount 1 crafted key. No. It doesn't actually use the name. I purposely typed in something stupid there. I didn't think the crafted name was important. Oh, it's not. Oh, because I wasn't at the cost because I'm an idiot. Craft cost 0. It requires 2 new survival surface. Ah, wait a minute. With a cube type of 0 and a cube value of 0. Alright, that's why. So. So, craft cost. Wouter, I guess? My brain says Wouter, but I think it's Wouter. WJG is easier though. Life is going fairly well today. Cost.key. Wait, did I stop the... Dang it. If cost.key equals null... Wait. Cost.key is get key by name. Craft. No, what are we called? We are craft data. Minecraft has only a key, not only a name, not a key for cost.name. We want to try and avoid that everywhere we can. As entry.crafted name. Now I've got to be careful because I do shit this. It will say warning: craft big ass titties. Point is, that's not valid. No, code's been pretty good today. WJG, thank you so much. Is it Wouter? Wouter or Wouter? Wouter? I guess Wouter. I don't know. I've never met anyone called Wow. It could be. To my brain says Wouter, but it's not because I assume you are from. Hello, kitten. I assume you're from Russia or something, and you say things wrong. Did you say vodka instead of vodka, like a normal person who speaks proper languages? Wouter. Yeah. There we go.
You're a little shitbag. What are you?
Oh, she's just like laying there and just going, I'm so happy, I'm just going to sleep. Just going to sleep.
Thank you for letting me know. She didn't hit Noel, she managed to pull the mic out of its socket. Go back to sleep. Sleep. The more you sleep, the more I love you. Yes, I think this can be Noel. Incidentally. Why are you bringing me out here? There's a bunch of stuff.
But they should all look up correctly.
Can't have a point. My generic AutoCrafter is using this recipe. I hope you can hear me. I'm talking and no one's been like, hey, I missed you. New survivals. It's not looked it up. I wonder where I do that. Sorry, Spheric, but where do I actually set this damn thing? Okay, there. I don't know at which point we do this. I don't even. What's that do? I have literally no idea whatsoever what that string does. But it is very likely that's wrong. Linking. Is it just simply that needs to be a... I honestly don't know what that's for. There's no. I didn't write this. There's no comments. It's just a set. Right. Okay. So there is another XML file which lists. Wait. Do we use this? I don't think we do. Or do we? I don't know what this is. I've absolutely no idea. I didn't write it. Zebra, you might have more idea than me. The recipe sets lists of XMLs, but it doesn't list GACs. Is this just for mods? I'm guessing.
mean, I'll pass in a different string, but that doesn't actually. I don't know what that is. Craft data link entries. There's no comments. I don't know if this all goes into one global list. This is the bit that parses it though. This is the bit here that I don't think is being called. Or wasn't being called. So let me pop a breakpoint in there. After having renamed it to a completely new set. Yeah, I just don't know what it is. We load it and there's an XML file that describes some stuff. If you've just looked, do you happen to know who the commit was? We'll talk about different approaches to stuff, because Martine, who helped write some of this code previously, he has a much more studenty approach to me. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying he tends to write things in a much more sensible data. Oh, it's just me. One commit ever. Oh, right. Okay, we're probably looking at the original FortressCraft. Default. Project assets. Default. Like the fact that the generic AutoCrafter isn't in there means I can probably ignore it. Oh, right, so that is absolutely... He's only been... All right, okay. Don't know what that's used for. Absolutely no idea where. Okay, I'm going to ignore those. Breakpoint. Breakpoint. Right, that seems... I think you lied to me. Grappling hook, you lied to me. I seem to recall having this before. Yeah, if Myth is committed, I didn't write the mod support for the game. Like, if it wasn't for Methius, we wouldn't have mod support. I was very unfortunately... The hell? I was very unfortunately completely correct. I stated... People told me, you got to have mods. All the popular games have mods. If you write mods for your games, then, you know, you'll end up with more sales. And I was absolutely correct, because what I said was, that's not true. Oh, yeah, but Minecraft's got mods and it's very popular. And I'm like, yes, you're quite right. Minecraft does have mods. Minecraft is very popular. Minecraft also doesn't have any mod support. That's really important to know. Microsoft do their best to make it difficult for people to mod Minecraft. I still don't know why. Minecraft is popular, therefore it has mods, not the other way around. I can only think of, off the top of my head, one game that has been made popular by mods. Just one. So the chances of it happening for me are extremely small. So one GAC file. Yeah, modding in C++. Don't forget, as I said, Minecraft has no mod support. People write mod support by injecting code every time, and it's obfuscated. Every time Minecraft gets a patch, all the mods break.
You want anything. You want an assembly. You just change the data, change the code. Oh my god, are you really taking? Bang, and then it's like, nope, we're done. Right, the debugger's going, yep. Okay, we're done. It's like, no, we're not. But it's something to do with this freaking for each, I think. So we've got one error. Warning, Power Storage Mark 3 has any name, not a key for Power Storage Mark 2. WJG, specifically, I'm trying to craft a new survival surface, but for some reason the crafting system thinks that isn't valid. I am cool. I am trying to implement generic multi-block generic AutoCrafters. That's 0, so that's fine. M machine says 1. What the fuck? For each var entry, it's not getting into that line of code there. Oh. Alright, it's executing a bizarre order. Okay. So, this is what we are... That is our placement block. That's fine. And then we add into our machines by cube ID 1200. So that is our final block. That's fine. Do we have a recipe? Yes, we do. Let's have a look at the recipe because the recipe is not currently linked. Entry.recipe. It is a copper bar with the name Big Ass Titties with the cost of a new survival surface with a 0 and a 0. Well, I swear a lot. I'm allowed to say the F word. I'm grown up. So, M data has 1 in it. Good. The recipe set is AutoCrafter. Let me get that variable configured. Oh, wait. Are you going to refuse to go in? No, there we go. Okay, so we now have a... We do not have a crafted key. But we do have a crafted name. Wait, how have we not got a crafted key? Wait a minute, what the hell? This is, what the hell? See you, Zebra. Happy printing. Our recipe is called, what's it actually called?
See, we've got no crafted key, but we do have a key. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about her. Like, I mean, I took this from hardened machine block assembler, pretty much from here, which has a key, a crafted name. I think that should probably be crafted key. I'm trying to behave because this is the first one we've done. But entry has a key, but no crafted key. So we don't know what we're printing. We don't know what we're making. All we know is it is called Big Ass Titties. That's fine. I think that is the unique key that could be absolutely anything at all. And then we have the crafted key, which we should do. So I think we're just going to get this warning here. Yeah. And we can't look up Big Ass Titty. That was on purpose. I purposely... Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Dora. I purposely... We trained him wrong on purpose. That's a joke. So I think this is more like... we'll see. No, I've specifically called it an invalid crafted name. That's on purpose. Because I want to make sure that I'm doing it right. So this is my golden exemplar. It's a line from Tropic Thunder. Big ass titties. I love that film so much. I don't know why. It has no right to be that funny and that clever. It really doesn't, and it really is. It's just great. Hey! Cannot locate 2 organic trotitis. I mean, you can, but we haven't done that bit yet. Now, we don't need the crafted name, and I suspect that gets overwritten anyway. Let me just go back in and check that a sec. Crafted name was just the old one. The game, it will still support crafted key and crafted name. That's fine. It's just that initially we had name and then we moved on to key. That's all it is. One of the ones we did first. I'm just curious now whether or not the AutoCrafter thinks it's crafting copper bar or if it thinks it's crafting big ass titties. Hence my slightly childish thing. So what are we crafting? We are crafting copper bar. So we don't need a crafted name. We should in fact remove that one. So if I now remove that. So hopefully it should still work without crashing. It's just, as I say, a lot of it is we moved from a crap system to a better system, but the better system had to have retroactive support for the crap system, or we would have broken the entire game, and then we would have broken every mod that used the crap system, and so on and so on. Cool, that's all worked fine. It's looking for 2 organic detritus. Absolutely fine. I'm not sure why it says 1 invalid or empty hopper, but that's kind of my next go. So all this does, it just says, it doesn't care what's in it. When do I have let's have a look. Because there's a picture. Patch 22. Don't they look great? I mean, this is the reason, by the way, that I don't want to allow people to do stupid conveyor setups, because when you do them right, they look really good. And they really, really look good. There we go. Okay, so ratios are add only. Input is false. Really? Is that right? I really oh. Input. Oh shit. Input is. I'm going to rename that because that's confused me. Does input mean input to the? It should be called loading and offloading. Okay, so attach conveyors. We're going to. So it's called input. And I think that means I've got all of the checks the wrong way around. That explains why I switched them. Input is collect. Yeah, that's why I. Yes, that's why I should switch those around. Input is collecting, so let's call that. Collecting and offloading makes way more sense. And that means we are collecting. If we're not collecting, i.e. we're handing off, that's fine. Else if we are collecting, it's valid. Okay, that's cool. Those now make the sense. I switched those back around to the way they were. The thing is that is now wrong. Hoppers and conveyors for collecting equals true. Oh no, Dinosaur Chief. The thing is, I have a I have a cognitive dissonance. Okay, I have played FortressCraft to the point when you would run your biomass from the toxic caverns via conveyors and pipes. That's when I started playing the game, obviously. Okay, they are so easy to use. You dig straight down, you look down, you build straight up. Click, 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 done. I absolutely get it. I really do. They are. The problem is, as I've said before, they are perfectly efficient. I think you understand the reasons not to have them. And I think, unfortunately, the reasons not to have them vastly outweigh the reasons to have them. I think I've lost count of how many people I've seen try and put minecarts up the walls and they derail badly at that point. So, as a new player, it's unlikely you would say, negative review, why I can't build conveyor straight up the walls. It's not something as a new player you would be like, As I pointed out yesterday, though,
and if the game's run, I will do it in a sec. Actually, let's do it now. Make sure I haven't broken that. As I pointed out yesterday, maybe day 4, it's also better. I could see if there was a complaint about having to put down a large number more blocks. That's why I went at that little exercise earlier. But yeah, no, I have to do what is best for the player base, not what they want. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And it is like having a child, the player base. The child wants all of the chocolates in the shop. The child cannot have all the chocolates in the shop or it will be sick. And yet, despite not letting the child be sick, I am the asshole parent. Right, counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, make it daytime. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, oopsie, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Anybody want to argue they're better now? They are slightly or somewhat quicker to place. But what they are not by any stretch of the imagination, is better. They take longer for materials to arrive. You need to put 1.77 times more objects down. They don't look very good. They are not intuitive. They don't look very good. They look ridiculous, in fact. And, as I have said, they are not something that many players understand. And really, for me, that is that's the biggest one. People not understanding stuff is very important. It's one of FortressCraft's problems. So now, in a second, that just pops up. It just appears randomly. It just appears partway through. I'd like the concept of a little tiny corner conveyor. I would. But 12 blocks versus 22 blocks. Looking better versus looking worse. I very much struggle to see any particular advantage. You may, you're not going to change my mind, but I'm happy to discuss it. Hopefully I can make you go, you know what? You're right, they are rubbish. Valid or empty hopper? Okay. Now, what did I rename that one to? Collecting. Okay. So, are we collecting? I'm surprised, to be quite honest, if the debugger can even resolve that. I don't think it can. Yeah, I don't think so. But I can assume, because it will go into... no. What are the permissions? Permissions are add only. Oh, right. In that case, that's actually right. Remove only. Oh. Just can't expect it to work then. I was about to say I think I'll stop at 8 o'clock, but it's 8:45, so I will stop at 9 o'clock. Unity, are you gonna? Nope, I think I broke it. Nope, Unity's died on me. Oh, Unity. So let me begin to wrap the stream up then. So, thank you for watching. If you are watching this back, please comment. I don't think anybody is. I really just think that... it's just been watching it live. So crossover, when dealing with streamers, it's very important to type complete sentences. Because you said, what do you mean? And literally nobody has any idea what you're talking about. Myself is one of those people. Very cool. See, look, the map does generate. It just takes a while. If you are watching this stream back on YouTube at some point other than 8:45 on the 4th of February, please comment. Please let me know if anybody watches these except live. I have genuinely no idea. Please do. So I plan to be streaming again on Friday. It will be FortressCraft. I want to try and get back into streaming. For those of you who haven't worked it out, I think most people have. A lot of it is obviously when I streamed, I had Ajax. I don't have Ajax anymore, so streaming is something I've associated with showing the cats off quite a lot. It's been about a year now, I think, since a bit more than that, 14, 15 months since Ajax went. So I won't say I'm over it. I'm welling up just thinking about him, but would like to try and get into streaming a bit more because it's good to let people know what's going on. I don't always stream. I am absolutely always on Discord, but I am always working on stuff. 100% of the time. Only time I'm not working on stuff is when I'm at the arcade, and then quite often I'm just thinking about stuff. So, yeah, if you're watching back, feel free to leave a comment. Yeah, doesn't matter if it's just, yep, I'm watching. I do check them, and I do get notifications on comments. So, collecting is true. Permissions is remove only. That seems good. The collecting is true. I swap those around, I think. If collecting is true and the permissions are remove only, right, yeah, that's fast. If collecting is true and the machine is, okay, that's false and true. Are we attempting to collect from this hopper? Ajax was my Cepheus's brother. Cepheus is a dude. Should be able to name a few things about me. One of them is my stupid cat. I mean, my adorable. Don't you go. So I have a 20-year-old Maine Coon here, who is an adorable fluff bear, but we sadly lost his brother about 18 months ago. I'm still sad, as I said, but Ajax was 18 years old, which is just incredible how old he is. Cepheus is 20, which is just insane. Dora is asleep. Dora is my new kitten, who is 4 months old now, something like that. So there we go. She's a pain, but we love her. My 3D printer does not have a name because that would be weird. So today has been quite a productive day, though unfortunately I haven't created a whole machine. I've created most of the machine. What this means is that I will be doing the same again on Friday. Right now I have a machine that can interact with other machines but can't actually do anything. Once this machine has been made, I will be able to, I hope he's watching, I will be able to trivially generate a shit ton of work for Andy, barely trying. So this machine is a generic machine to do whatever I want. Oh, wait, hold on, that hopper's empty. Oh my god, it's crafting. It found, wait, hold on, that bit of code works. I wasn't really expecting it to. We update the hopper and the, yeah, that isn't going to work. Yeah. Now this isn't going to work, so I'm not going to bother. Times it, yeah. I'm not going to bother carrying on because I know for a fact this isn't going to work. Does it disassemble? Well, I wasn't expecting it to work yet. That's still not working either. I was saying there's two states in your programming. My code doesn't work, I've no idea why. My code is working, I've no idea why. I'm just going to check, and I'm 99% sure. I am just going to check that I haven't written the code and forgotten it. This is the difference between, say, people who plan and people who don't. I've got to the point going, what's next? I also need to work out why it's not digging itself up correctly. Because these should have all been converted back to whatever they're called. 1200 blocks, I think it is. So this piece of code is going to be a bit more complicated than the original GACs because the original GACs didn't allow, Esmia, I hope you're still there, they didn't allow multiple inputs on conveyors because they had no internal storage. Now these still will not have internal storage, but what you do have is more than one conveyor input. So if I get rid of that and I put down a logistics hopper here and I do this. Now I don't expect this to work, but I'll be pleased if it does. I don't expect it to. In fact, no, if it does work, I'll be shocked. So, SBR, no, I will not have machines. The GACs will not have an internal inventory. I'm not doing that. It's quite likely that these GACs will require very large resources, so it's not really going to apply anyway. But what should happen, or what will happen, is if you do this, it should be able to grab off multiple conveyors simultaneously. I am going to try, where possible, to have more. Right now I'm limited. I cannot really have machines that have more than 4 inputs. It's not possible. 3 is a pain. But now, with this machine, I can have 22 inputs easily. So if I so wanted that sort of thing, that would be possible. So I hope that excites you. I wasn't expecting that to work. I haven't currently written the code. So the next step is to parse all of the hoppers and all of the conveyors and seeing if we can fulfill the recipe. If so, we then clear down all of the recipes. So that's going to be my goal for Friday. Tomorrow is going to be 1 part Nomancer, and I'll also be going to the arcade. Hopefully, should be doing some latex. Oh yeah, there's pictures. Oh yeah. Friday, Thursday, Nomancer. I may stream it, I may not. Friday, I will be streaming FortressCraft 2 unless something else happens or I forget. So, yeah. I hope you enjoyed this all. Just a reminder, this game is almost entirely funded by patronisms. SVA, if you'd like, I can send you some personal messages about my forthcoming latex adventures if this interests you. So, as I said, this game is almost entirely funded by patronage. FortressCraft sales have almost definitely stopped. So, this is almost entirely funded by patrons. If you are a patron, thank you so much. It's massively appreciated. If you're not a patron, please click the link and consider it, because
Every little helps. Oh man, no PM from Esmia. I will see y'all. I like that word. I will see y'all either on Thursday if I decide to stream Nomancer, or I will see you on Friday if I don't. And I will hope you enjoy it for now. I've got to find obs. So bye for now, guys. See you later.